everyone! Are you ready? Are you prepared? Are you excited for Mushroom Musume? Are you guys ready? Are you ready? I don't think you're ready. You guys don't sound ready. Are you ready? Are you ready for Mushroom Daughters, the full release? Are you prepared? I need to hear. Are you prepared? You're not ready? However, you are ready. Okay, very well. Very well. I did not boot up the game yet today. All right, full screen please, and that should work. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yay! There it is. Uh-oh, don't tell me this is still the demo. Okay, no. Okay, it did reset my progress. That's okay. That is okay. I am okay with this. I actually kind of expected it. I'm excited. I'm so ready. Buffalo, welcome in. Oh, welcome in. Mel, welcome in. Also, Mel, if you need to go bed, I completely understand. I know it is quite late for you. All right, you know what? We're just going to jump straight into it. We are just going to jump straight into it today. I'm very sad, though. I was not the very first person to start streaming this game. One other person beat me to it because I didn't start stream as soon as I got the game downloaded. So I'm a little sad about that. I was really wanting to be the first one, but I'm not. It's only 8 p.m., but you've been in bed since 5 p.m.? Holy cow, Mel. You know what? Enjoy. If that is what you need to do, enjoy. Also, look at this hat! So, VTube Studio updated and they added some new items. And it's automatically split. I need to find out how they did this so that I can make it for my own items. Yes, world's second Mushroom Musume streamer. full release Mushroom Musume streamer. I love the hat. I love the hat. Because it makes it so much easier than having to pin in the same spot twice. It's great. Oh my goodness. Okay, anyway. Let's just check. Yeah, all my saves are gone. Okay, I expected this. Start! Yay! Once upon a time, there was a humble recluse. Though they had no need for society, they did often find themselves home to a loneliness that they could never quite shake. Let's turn that volume up. It's a little quiet. Audio. Music volume. Oh, okay. I'll turn that back down. And I'll just turn music back up. That's still pretty loud on the sound effects. And turn those down a little bit more. Okay. I think that'll work. In the morning, the sun would rise. At night, it would set. The recluse would observe the splendor, knowing that the sight would be made all the more beautiful by having someone to share it with. It wasn't that they desired a relationship. Perhaps it was a flame that had burned them one too many times, or perhaps they were simply disinterested. No, a child. That's what they wanted. Someone to take care of, to teach. Unfortunately, it was a longing that could not be found. Not in these woods. Alone. However, we are never quite as alone as we think, are we? One day, a witch appeared, as if drawn by the intensity of the recluse's desire. The lumber that the recluse had spent the morning gathering slipped through their hands as they spotted her, the witch of the woods. She began to speak. You desire a child, yes? For some, those are quite easy to come by, but not you, it would seem. Let us make a deal, then. If you do 3 simple chores for me, I will present you with a daughter of your very own. The recluse, caught up in a moment of naivety, quickly agreed. The witch, knowing that the recluse was destined to accept, simply nodded and began to deliver the first of these so-called chores without hesitation. Growth struggles to be achieved without presence. Offer me that which embodies the emotion you would provide for your daughter. The recluse pondered for a moment, thinking of what they had to offer. Oh, a gem fragment. A tear-stained portrait. A deteriorating book of poetry. Ooh, I don't think I've done any of these. Alright, what do you guys like? Poetry. A deteriorating book of poetry. A tear-stained portrait. Or a prized gem fragment. So, shinies. Sentimentality. Or... I don't even know what to call this one. But hi, Geizard! Hope you're having a good day so far. You should definitely buy this game. It's adorable. It's wonderful. It's precious. You're lurking while you work. All right. Thanks for the lurk. Good luck with work. You know what? Let's go. Mel, you're curious about the portrait? All right. So we're going to be going for the gloomy. I believe this is dampness or gloominess. I believe that's what that simple represents. I can't remember. Your mushroom daughter will be depressed. Perfect. One tear-stained portrait. A buried memory was retrieved from the recluse's nightstand. The hope was that the subject's lonesome lilac leer would provide their daughter a humbling understanding of mortality to enrich their view on life. Returning to the witch, the recluse held out their offering. My, I suppose all growth comes at a cost, no? Feeling a tender hollowness, the recluse declined to answer. The second day, the recluse slept more soundly that night than they had in ages. Having a purpose again soothed them, even if they had found themselves caught up with a witch. They elected not to think about that, though. Instead, when the morning came, they simply did what they had to do, which is to say, they got up and went to meet with the witch. Upon watching the recluse's approach, a sardonic smile lit the witch's face. You completed your first task admirably. 2 more and I can finally give you what you want. She paused for only a moment before delivering her next message of import. There have been some activities I've been meaning to get to. Perhaps you can make yourself useful and cross one off the list for me. Oh, wow, you've come to forge my mushroom girl and fry her in your pan. Right? She's likely gonna be poisonous. I just want to let you know. Most likely she's going to be poisonous or hallucinogenic or both. But also, if you touch my daughter, you will not be welcome here. Okay. Not realizing that they were simply saving the witch some time, the recluse determined which task they were most suited for. Restock a selection of unsettling components. Organize a surprisingly understated collection of keepsakes. Or test a selection of elixirs for quality. I think we're gonna mostly go for the gloomy ones. So we're gonna go for the unsettling components. Yes, Mel. Yes. As the recluse began to take stock of the witch's belongings, they simply grew more and more astonished at the sort of items she kept in her possession. They dutifully gathered all manner of doll's eye, newt's tail, and even the hair from their own body. Hopefully that last thing wouldn't cause too much trouble in the future, knowing the way witches are. Arriving back to their meeting point, the recluse was excited to report their progress to the witch. Ah, very good. How kind of you. After quickly wiping themselves down, the recluse returned to their hut for the remainder of the night. This was supposed to be a meme, but now you have so many questions in mind. Would this be considered cannibalistic? Isn't a cannibal someone who eats his own? But you think if an elf eats a dwarf, they are considered a cannibal? Is eating Shroom Girl cannibalistic? I don't think technically it would be cannibalistic. I do think it would be morally repugnant. So don't touch my daughter. With 2 assignments complete, the recluse could feel their excitement grow. If this witch was being honest, and for some reason they felt that she was, then that meant that this could be the last night they spent without a child. They hoped so, at least. That was all they could do. Barely remembering to get dressed, the recluse dashed to the meeting spot. Again, the witch had been waiting there for them. Welcome back, recluse. Are you prepared? Today's your big day, is it not? I'm sorry it crashed on you, Mel. Your last task is an easy one, or at least I believe so. Bring me something colorful, something bright that you think will suit her. When they were first told of the 3 tasks, the recluse had imagined things that were much more difficult. This seemed so easy as to be a trick, which they suppose should only meant that they should take it seriously, as if a mistake could mean death. With death in mind, the recluse needed to decide where to search for color. A field of flowers or a stony river? Could go for the river this time. Or the flowers. What kind of color do you think would suit our daughter best? I'm always a big fan of purples. Shiny rock, shiny rock, shiny rock, shiny rock it will be! Though underwater was in the first place most people thought of for color, the recluse understood that there were many shades that people failed to consider. They arrived at a nearby river, glancing into the glassy water to spy a variety of small shining stones. A strange but almost bloody stone. Brimstone, a yellowed alchemical wonder. Marble, the pale proprietor of possibility. Slate, a simple yet sturdy gray. Garnet, lost maroon heralds of bygone storms. Maybe not the bloody stone this time. I don't think I've touched marble. I'm a big fan of gray. Just a simple yet sturdy gray stone. We could go... You like slate and marble? I haven't tried marble. I think slate would give us very similar to this color right here. So let's try marble. Retrieving a small rounded stone, the recluse realized it to be a chunk of marble. Unblemished, it seemed perfect for their daughter. On that surface, anything could happen. Discovered whites! The recluse returned to the witch's hut, colored item in hand. She silently took the object, nodding her head to the recluse in recognition. The recluse stood there for a moment, unsure, before finally the witch realized what they expected. Oh, wait, you want your promised daughter, don't you? Her voice was almost mocking, but at least it was not overtly cruel. I suppose that I must tell you that I lied, human. I do require several more trifling things from you. First is a matter of payment. The recluse should have known that everything is for a cost. Pay me now with wealth. Pay me now with a life. Pay me sometime later. Pay me sometime soon in larger quantities. Or pay me at a much later date in the way I choose. We're just gonna do money. I don't want to deal with the witch later. We're doing money. They offered their coin purse to the witch, and she took it wordlessly. After pocketing the whole pouch, she returned a single coin to the recluse's hand. This will be sufficient, the witch smiles. With the payment settled, the witch simply smiled and handed the recluse a small pot. Humans are tricky, but mushrooms are much more resilient. Consider this an upgrade. Don't worry, eventually she will develop a mind. Simply give her time, as much as she needs. Soon your wish will be in full bloom. I suppose with all that settled though, there's one last thing for you to consider. A young girl needs a proper name. The recluse thought on the witch's demand before offering the final thing they had to give. I'm almost thinking Melody. What do you guys think? And let's see if I have any other good suggestions for our little girl. Our little maybe dreary girl. Any thoughts, any opinions? Melody. Kino's an obvious one for a weeb like you. I don't really want to name her Silver. I mean, it is cute. I don't know. I just feel like for our first daughter, she deserves a special name. I think a pretty name for a pretty little girl. Oh, Kinoko is mushroom. Okay, yeah. I think Keen. I'm pretty sure Keen means silver. Oh, Keen is gold? Wait, then what was silver? Kinonoko. Oh, Gin is silver. Okay. Well, she's not gold, so maybe if we do a gold daughter later, then we'll name her Kinoko. That way it's like a double meaning. Okay, I think we're gonna go for milk. Soup! It shows a great connection. No. Bad. Bad flow. Bad. I need the spray bottle. Okay, we're gonna call her Melody for today. And she walked away, only fate knowing if the two should ever meet again. Chapter 2, Cultivation. Though the recluse was unsure of the specifics, they did realize that it was important to heed her instructions. Care for the pot and the dirt and everything that lay within. So the recluse geared up, as any parent should, and assessed the things they needed to raise a child. Finances, in case the nearby village had goods or services that you could not provide, and we kind of sacrificed those, which is fine. Nutrients for the child, to help it grow strong. They would need plenty, as it would be depleted on a daily basis. And finally, the recluse's own stamina could not be ignored. One cannot burn the candle from both ends indefinitely. Thus began the longest growing season of the recluse's life. Look, it's our daughter! It's our precious daughter! Also, I love that the cursor is a mushroom. I don't remember that before, so I think that might be new. Recently, you've begun to think about your daughter's living quarters, specifically her pots. You have a few ideas how to improve it, but you only have so much time. Which do you decide to move forward with? Infuse the soil with a drop of your own blood. Ensure that her soil remains ever damp. Decorate the pot. Buy some fancy substrate from town. We don't have enough money, so we can't really do that one. Use your cooking scraps as compost. We could decorate it. That'd be cute. I don't really want to do the blood this time. So we could make sure that her soil remains ever damp and just have the dampest, most precious daughter. Or we could decorate. Or we could do the cooking scraps. I really want to do a cooking daughter sometime. I haven't found... It's so sad. The very, very first run I did, I found a... As one of the options, there was a well-loved pan And I haven't ever found that one again, but I really want to have like a very homely cooking daughter. I really want that sometime. So, well, let's decorate her pot. I want her to be slightly fancy. Be like, look, we love you. Look how cute. She will appreciate it. Trust. That was not something that ordinarily concerns you. You have noticed something. The pot that the witch gave you is rather drab. You can't help but think that your daughter, your cute little girl, may like a cuter pot. Or at least one that's not beige and boring. Over the next few days, you begin to idly bring every small pretty thing you find to the pot. You decorate it with beautiful pebbles and drawings, hoping that she appreciates the makeover. Her quality of life having been improved, life continued. Okay, nutrient did go down to 6. The day's gotten away from you. Alright, the sun's gentle descent is being swallowed behind the forest reach. You weren't able to finish everything you set out for today, but you only have time for one more chore. Finish a favor the village leaders asked of you. Barter for some fine substrate. Okay, we don't have money, so we can't really do that. You've already worked hard enough. Retire to the tavern. We, again, don't have money. And we don't have money. Okay. So we're gonna finish a favor. Doing favors for the leader is comfortable to you. It allows you flexibility while still giving you some funds. Today's no different. Wow. All the way up to 9. Today's no different than usual. You herd some cats for the leader, and in exchange, they pay you. How novel. Your tasks behind you, you and your daughter return home, each do a nice bath and a simple dinner. What she gonna look like? Da, da, da. Your daughter changed in the night. It's okay. It's okay. She looks a little worse until she looks better. It's fine. It's fine. One day you awaken to the sound of rustling movement and find your daughter has grown enough to be capable of rudimentary locomotion. The creature slinks around uneasily, and a cute little face now greets you on her once featureless body. Her demeanor seems gloomy and shy, preferring to sit in the dark corners for long periods of time. Encourage her discretion, spend time nurturing her environments, motivate her to do something safer. Are we just going to have the most precious gloomy daughter? Make sure that she is safe from humans. So either encourage her discretion or nurture her environments. Ah! Bella Solara, thank you so much for the raid. Let me get you a shout out. There we go. How's it going? For anybody who doesn't know me, hello, I am Katara Kalin, art enthusiast, occasional sculptor, cat girl extraordinaire, and today we are finally playing the full release of Mushroom Musume. I've been looking forward to this for a very, very long time. I played the heck out of the demo, but now it is done. Bella Ray generating Solara power. Welcome in, Mr. J. Ryan, and of course, Bella Solara, welcome in. And Gina Babina? Is that correct? You love the hat? Thank you. I think this was actually just part of the Live 2D, I mean not Live 2D, the VTube Studio update. Isn't it cute? And it has an automatic split so you can just put it on. It's great. You swear last time you raided me, I was playing this as well? You know, could be. Could easily be. All right. Oh, I think today... I love this game. So, again, I played the heck out of the demo. and today is the full release. It actually just released like an hour ago. So we are currently on our very first run. We are currently nurturing our little mushroom daughter and trying to determine what sort of person she'll grow into. So I think we're going to encourage her discretion today. Yes, yes. Early bird. Your daughter's development is going better than expected, and you want to promote her somber nature. Oh, also Raiders, please, if you need to take off and do your after stream care, please, please, please feel free to do so. And once again, thank you for the raid. But also if you want to stick around, you're more than welcome. You clear out some space in your closet, making a little spot for her to sit in complete darkness. She contentedly lies in the closet for much of the day, seemingly finding some enrichment in the activity. The decision being made, life continued. Alright, I'm gonna need to get nutrients for her soon. One evening, you hear a light knocking on your door. Quite a rare occurrence. Peeking through the window, you witness none other than the Witch of the Woods, standing on the doorstep of your humble huts. Could she be here for a visit? Or to settle a debt? Well, we have no debts with her now. We paid her. Privately request a stipend. I think we're good on money, so we don't need that. Or introduce her to your daughter, which she is technically the mother in a way. So, introduce. Perhaps it was time for your daughter to meet the witch. She could maybe even learn a thing or two. The two of you answer the door and invite the gloomy woman inside for dry and awkward small talk. Something about the way the two absently stare at each other. You wonder if they've made some sort of connection today. Your bed-rotting daughter. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. No. She's not bed rotting. She's gaining enrichment from the darkness. The decision being made, life continued. Harsh weather has taken its toll on your garden, and your entire harvest has been lost. Weeks worth of food and labor has been rotted and destroyed. Without immediate action, you and your daughter will be in trouble later down the line. Accept the loss for now. You can make do. Till the garden again and start over from seed. Make your daughter tend to the plants. Times are tough. Offer your daughter some old food. Maybe she'll like it. I don't want to do that to her. Alright, we've got very little stamina, but I think we're gonna till the garden again. Oh, we're just gonna work hard. Yeah, bed flourishing. It's not bed rotting, it's bed flourishing. I don't want to offer her some old food. I don't want to do that. I want to be a good parent the first run. Yes, please put this on your wish list. It's so cute. And all the mushroom girls are adorable. I love the art. I absolutely adore the art in this game. Alright. We're going to till the garden again and start over from seed and just pray that we don't get an early frost. No use crying over ruined crops. You simply make adjustments to your garden. There'll be less variety this season, but you'll live to see it. And that's what matters. The decision being made, life continued. What you gonna look like? Ooh, so cute. Look at her big little head. Right, isn't pixel art amazing? You can do so much with so little. It's also really difficult. All art is difficult, but pixel art is very special. Because each single tiny little pixel matters so much. One morning, you notice that your daughter is nowhere to be seen. Eventually, you discover her, hiding in a narrow crevice under a large stump. To your surprise, the creature had now taken the form of a young girl. You feel relieved to confirm that the witch hadn't betrayed you. At your approach, she retreats shyly into the hole. She doesn't seem scared, but doesn't want to leave. Wait for her. Buy her a nice gift to celebrate. Encourage her to come out. We do have money, but we're just gonna sit with our daughter. Your daughter seems intent on hiding, so you decide not to disturb her. Taking a seat near the stump, you appreciate the beauty of the forest and spend time thinking lovingly of your daughter. After several long hours, just as you were starting to reconsider waiting, she creeps out of the hole. Whatever she was doing in there, it seems she is content for now. The decision being made, life continued. A flock of hungry birds have been harassing both your crops and your daughter recently. In fact, they've become quite a nuisance. Fetch your bow and hunt the birds. Ignore the birds. Purchase some poison and forcibly evict the foul sky rats. Or use some food to feed the birds with your daughter. We will become friend of bird. It's okay, she's a little bit of food left. We'll need to get more tomorrow. But we will become friend of bird. Hopefully. Hopefully our stamina won't kill us for this. We're gonna save just in case. Feeding the birds comes as an unfortunate blow to your stores. But the cheerful smile as your daughter feeds the birds is a magical moment of pride for you. Friend of bird. Nothing more could be done to the birds. The matter was laid to rest. Your daughter needs food too, and you've just run out. You need to find something to feed her soon, or she'll surely starve. Spend the day gathering nutritious substrate. You can't spare the time today. She'll have to go hungry. No. We are gonna go get her substrate. You spend the day foraging and digging in the woods and return with a heap of mushroom food for your hungry daughter. It's a little hard to be sure, but it seems like she's thankful for your efforts. The decision being made, life continued. An end? One night, you find yourself struggling to sleep. Your mind wanders as you consider your current place in life. You've lived peacefully with your daughter for many moons. Initially, it was strange. Well, it never really stopped being strange, but you were always thankful for the company. Besides, the affection you felt for her was like any parent would feel towards their child. That was normal, at least. Your thoughts turned to the concept of time, particularly how you were once alone and how you are afraid that you will be again someday. Your daughter has had more and more curiosities about the outside world. It's only a matter of time before she wants to strike her own path. You hope you will be fulfilled now. You hope you've done enough. Ultimately, you find comfort in what you've done. You may have had many failures in your life, but there's one thing you know you can die proud of. Gain trait dripping and decay and tasty. Oh no, don't let Ray find out. And a new beginning. Telling the recluse that you want to see more of the world wasn't an easy conversation. No, Ray, no, leave my daughter alone. Leave her alone. As they grew older, you worried about leaving them on their own. Thankfully, your concerns were unwarranted. They were happy that you had grown enough to want to move out. They even offered to help you build your own home, close to theirs. You were welcome to visit any time, obviously. Faster than you would have anticipated, the two of you built your home together. They showed you all the tricks they knew, and made sure to impart as much knowledge as they possibly could. Finally, the day arrived. You were officially on your own. You were scared, a little, but also excited. It felt like a new chapter was just beginning for you. Gain trait loving parents. Ah, look how cute she is. There's our precious little Melody. A looming white ink cap. Sorry, 1 second. precious. A proud parent, you have raised a mushroom of your very own, is the achievement I just got. Despite some initial uncertainty, you find that your new home may even be nicer than the recluse's shack. Alright, so we are very damp. Understandable. Not a ton of mycelium. Okay robustness, not much potency, and decent humanity. So we might be able to interact with people pretty okay. Your first days living outside of your parents' home are occasionally daunting, but also filled with possibility. What would you like to do? Ooh, this is different. Ooh. So we can go home, the woods, expeditions, town, or the countryside. Ooh. Or rest for the day, allowing your body a chance to heal. Take the day to visit the recluse. Oh, that's so cute. That's adorable. We could just go visit our parent. I love that. Gotta go grab some dinner. It was lovely to catch you. Have a great rest of stream. Thank you, Bella. And thank you again for the raid. Enjoy your dinner. Go see parent for real, for real. We could. We definitely could. I'm really curious about all these. We'll have time. We'll have time to go and explore. So we're gonna go, hi, parents. This will take up a full day to visit the recluse. Is that okay? And we won't get to do anything else, though. So fun fact, ink caps are in fact edible. We've never forged them despite having the opportunity to. They're a little time sensitive. They turn inky, slimy. They kind of melt when they're old. I hear not about that. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Leave my daughter alone. Could go home. Just vibe at home. It's got little hearts and stuff that's very cute. The woods, expedition in town. I'm thinking the woods. I feel like our daughter would like the woods. While wandering the woods near your home, you suddenly hear something rustling in the foliage ahead of you. Not the boar. Not the boar. Not the boar! No! Before you can react, a large boar bursts from the brush and locks eyes with you. You sense an intense flaming aura of determination emanate off this wild hog. You're sure you came prepared for this? Did I? Preoccupy him with a sample. Oh no! Like sacrifice a part of her body and just run. Just a pig, right? Face it head on. Run for your life! Oh no! Oh no! And fun fact 2, ink caps should not be eaten before or after consuming alcohol. One of their active ingredients gives you a hypersensitivity to ethanol. Now this does not make you more drunk. It will give you an instant hangover with massive headaches, chest pain, nausea, etc. Similar chemicals used in anti-alcoholism drugs. Ha 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 ha. Don't eat my daughter. I did not come prepared for this. I guess we're gonna try preoccupy with a sample. It would be far better for you to lose a little of yourself than a lot, so you came up with a strategy. You managed to pick off a decent-sized piece of your cap and hurl it at the pig, who aggressively begins to tear into the chunk of mushy flesh. Oh no, it's because she's so delicious! While it's busy, you quickly run off to safety. Better safe than sorry. One day, you notice a strange intruder wandering around near your home. An elderly man, sporting an unkempt beard filled with crumbs. When he spots you, a lopsided grin fills his face. Why, aren't you something? The man lifts his hat off his head briefly in a greeting. Everyone's been talking about the fungal woman of the woods. That must be you. You suppose you've never met another mushroom girl, now that you think about it, but it does feel a little odd to be singled out as such. The man continues speaking. I was hoping to meet you, that's all. And I wanted to give you something. He reaches into a shabby pack at his side and pulls out a bound book. Its appearance is humble, yet it carries a certain weight to it. Oh, an almanac. This here's an almanac, containing every tidbit of my college or knowledge I've ever learned. Oh, it's a Mushpedia. Okay, that's cool. So we have all the music. This is all the colors. Daughter's grown. Endings discovered. 62 endings. Holy cow. Number of living daughters, fallen daughters. Holy cow, 62. So yeah, just as a reminder, this game has a lot. It's got a lot. It's only $15. It's pretty good, good. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I've been working on this for a long time. Could even say it's my life's work, I guess. They grow up so fast, don't they? He looks down at the book in his hands with a surprising tenderness. Then he's holding the book out to you. But there's always more lives to live. Ain't that just how this old cycle goes? Maybe you'll be able to help me fill in some gaps. There's still lots to see out there. You take the object and carefully pull it open. Truth be told, you've never been much one for handling books, but within you find hundreds of illustrations depicting different mushrooms in a variety of colors. It's beautiful. By the time you look up, the old man is already walking away. He waves a hand at you and calls out a simple, "Be good now!" How odd, but you do like his gift at least. Oh, unfortunately our girl isn't literate. Oh well. The nearby town is having a big contest tomorrow. The local cooks are all getting together to show off their best dishes. It's open for anyone to compete or just watch. Just go and watch the competition. Gather some ingredients, including bits of yourself, to participate. Let's do it. Why just watch when you could participate instead, right? Nothing bad could happen from this, right? Oh, our robustness is going down. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. More fun to participate. Let's go! We got a 10. You throw together a nice mushroom incorporated dish, garnishing it to make it look pretty, and head to the contest. The competition is tough, and each judge seems to have a different favorite already by the time they get to yours. Somehow, though, the pure flavor surpasses the experienced technique of the other chefs, and you end up winning. We end up winning because we are tasty. Hey, we gotta make full use of it, right? Gain trait, sorta respectable. It's nice out today, so you've decided to have a picnic. After wandering around for some time, you come across a quaint house with a bell. Just as you begin to wonder what purpose it serves, the bell rings and several children run out and begin to play. A small group of them take notice of and subsequently surround you. With their curiosity thoroughly piqued, you have a few ways to proceed. Curiosity, or curtsy and introduce yourself politely. Tell scary stories as they eat. Or invite them to join you. We have a ton of dampness, so we could easily just tell scary stories. We are an ink cap after all, so we probably look a little scary. Alternatively, we could curtsy, and that'd probably go pretty well too. No, but yes? What, the scary stories, or be polite? Scary story! Okay. These small children seem particularly interested in you, assailing you with questions about your strange life from all sides. Why not give them something to talk about? You decide to regale them with stories about things you have witnessed, alone in the woods, late at night. Wolves, witches, and worse. Your tale is steeped in morbid details, the kind that you'd expect to send them packing. Yet they seem even more entranced than before. The only thing that manages to split them from you is the sound of their teacher calling for them. They quickly thank you for the entertainment before running back to the building. Well, at least they had fun. We made friends with the kids. We also got the trait Scaremaster. For dripping, decay. Drop by drop, your body decays over time. Oh, because she's an ink cap. Yeah, that makes sense. And then tasty. Tasty. Oh, Soma. Oh, that's what this is. Okay, so your body's made of a useful resource, but you must be mindful to not give too much of yourself away. Oh, and Yusa gives you a little snack for later at least. Okay. So we also have 3 wealth and 2 food tokens. Okay, good to know. Very good to know. So family, mystic bond, because we met the witch. And loving parent. So cute. Okay, here we go. So we have friend of bird. You've always been kind to birds. They always remember that. Young adults. And Scaremaster. We enjoy keeping the village children on their toes and good nature. Meals prepared too. Huh. Interesting. You feel a crisp breeze. The heat is relenting. Trees are changing in color. Fall has arrived. The change in weather has invigorated you. What would you like to do today? Could go home. Woods, expedition, town, countryside, free wander, which is probably just a random button. Or we do need robustness back because we do keep kind of using that. Or could go visit the recluse. Just given that we keep spending just given that we keep spending parts of ourselves. Healing might not be a terrible idea. It might keep us from getting killed at least. I do want to visit. Maybe in the winter we can go and visit the recluse. So I think today we just rest. It'll take a full day, but that's okay. Perhaps the best way to spend the day, you decide, would be resting. You wearily lay yourself right back into bed. Only 10? Come on. Tomorrow you'll be more productive. Or maybe you won't. Same. Having taken a leisurely stroll one day, you set upon a humble shack nestled amongst the dense brush across the nearby river. Hopefully we don't offer the recluse a piece of ourselves. This seems to be turning into a complex. Oh no! I mean, I don't know if our parent would eat part of us. And from the hovel bounds a symphony of music reverberating off the trees. With curiosity grabbing hold, you saunter off the beaten path, making your way to the water's edge. To your surprise, a ramshackle building extends across the water, and before you know it, you're face to face with the shack's rotting door. Knock on the door. Reconsider and leave. No, we're gonna knock. We take these opportunities. You rap your knuckles on the door. After a moment, a slight shuffling can be heard from inside. At length, the door opens, and you are greeted to the bewildered expression of a rather strange-looking crone. The figure is tall and looming, a hunched over with a head still a solid foot above your own. A hood. A hood veils their eyes, and where it would expose the skin, there travels only matted whiskers long since grayed. Yeah, this daughter really isn't an introvert. She seems to keep in just showing up around people. You notice their skin as the crone raises a hand in greeting, gnarled and dark like the knot of a tree. And as they speak, hoarsely churning out a polite hello, you catch the subtlest torrent of voices intermingled from within, like an amalgam of souls. It has been a long while since a visitor graced my doorstep. Would you like to come inside? Surely you have been drawn by the music, no? Gloomy extrovert vibe is actually kind of cool, right? I think my most memorable daughter that I've had was my bloodthirsty girl failure. Like, every chance she got, she tried to murder somebody. But she also had the curse of failure. So she basically just failed everything. Just a little failure of a serial killer. I don't think she ended up actually killing anybody. She was so precious. I miss my bloodthirsty girl fail. You can't say no. You really are captivated by the music. Without delay, you take the crone up on their offer and enter their home. They seem nice enough, and you get the feeling that all the apprehension built up before has melted away. Heart of a serial killer, track record of a Labrador. Wait, why is the track record of a Labrador bad? Plus, the interior smells like fresh jasmine. What better way to de-stress? The crone shows you the source of the music, a strange box at the far end of the room. As they're showing off the piece, the music stops and the crone hits a small switch, shutting down the mechanisms. This here is a phonograph, used for playing music off these cylinders. The crone fiddles with the machine, taking off a black wax cylinder. This one is part of a suite, the finale. Not bad, but have you ever come across a Labrador serial killer? Can't say I have. The crone hangs their head low. Unfortunately, the rest of the suite is lost to me. The crone pauses for a moment, looks you up and down, and says, Ah, but you have a draw to the music, eh? It's hard to tell, but you believe a smile to have cracked somewhere beyond the massive whiskers. If that's the case, you seem able enough. I tell you what, if you're able to collect the other 9 parts of the suite, I'll give you the finale. It's a gift. One cannot enjoy a suite without the full collection. You shrug. The offer seems straightforward enough. Without reluctance, you accept, much to the crone's satisfaction. Then I would ask to read you a story, one that might help glean the location of another cylinder. Would you be interested? The answer is absolutely yes, but first, it is time for our 3-minute break for today. So everybody please get up, get a drink, use the restroom, do whatever you need to do, and we will return with more Mushroom Doctor cuteness in 3 minutes. I'm so sorry it's in the middle of an ad break. Welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders. I don't know if you guys can hear me yet or if you got thrown straight into ads, so I will wait. But hi! Yeah, I'm 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Ads are over for you? Okay, fantastic. Yeah, we were in the middle of ad break and I was worried it would start up immediately for you guys. But hello, Raiders! I'm Katara Kaylin. I'll be on screen properly soon. Art enthusiast, occasional sculptor, cat girl extraordinaire. I hope you all had a wonderful time. Fucking... Okay, we're almost... Okay, everybody should be off ads now. I'll swap over in just a moment. Okay, there we go. Senna, thank you so much for the raid. Dilsky, welcome in. Azu, welcome in. Azu, thank you for the follow. I very much appreciate it. So, Senna, did you have a good time talking about your coworkers and other NPCs of your life? If you guys don't know Senna, please go check her out. She is fantastic. A very unhinged purple fox mage. Your NPCs suck. It's okay, you'll find better ones. You'll find better ones eventually. There will always be terrible ones, but you'll find better ones eventually. But today... Yes, one day, Senna. One day. I love this game. I love this game. So, this is Mushroom Musume. It is a game where you raise a mushroom daughter from just a spore, and then you help her live through her life, and you see what decisions she gets to make. And right now we have a very damp, gloomy little ink cap precious baby. Look at her. This is Melody. Actually, very fitting that Melody went for the music. Very fitting. Yes, mother cat mushroom daughter. I did play the heck out of the demo version of this game. It is fantastic. It is wonderful. Definitely if you want a little taste of the game before buying the full thing, the demo was fantastic. So, highly recommended. This has been my most anticipated game for this year. No joke. It released like 2 hours ago now, or an hour and a half ago. So we are playing at launch. This is launch day content. You've never heard of it? Might check it out. Please do. Please do. It is fantastic. It is only $15. I think it is very worth it. All right. So right now we encountered a old crone living deep in the woods who was playing a wax cylinder, the 10th part of a musical suite. And he asked us to go find a whole bunch of other ones, like the other 9. And hopefully we can actually find all of them. I don't think we'll be able to find them all as Melody, but hopefully progress carries over to our other mushroom daughters. So we'll see how that goes. Also, we are very tasty and we have used bits and pieces of ourselves already. So yeah. Okay. I would very much be interested, yes. It is, however, quite the long story. Should you wish to do other things. Listen. Listen. Ah, yes. The crone stoops in place across from you, resting on what you assume to be their haunches. As they open the book, you feel enraptured, engrossed, enthralled. Before you know it, the words blend into a dappling of Synthesia. Synthesia? I don't think that's right. Yeah, that's not quite right. Oh well, whatever. That seemingly spirits you away to the land of the story. As with many, this tale began in tragedy. Oh. Oh, this is very new. Okay, we have a different inventory. We're playing a different character. Synesthesia. Yes. Okay, thank you. Synesthesia. Thanks, Mel. Gonna rest before going to work, but good luck, have fun. Thanks again, Cinna. Get good rest. Good luck at work. Good luck with your co-workers. I hope it goes well today. I hope you get mini tips. Okay, so we are home. Oh, we actually have a map this time. Oh. Okay, Mel, if you need to pass out, please pass out. Don't feel like you need to stay awake. An errant child, the kid was exiled from town, branded with heresy and derision. She bore no sin but that of her birth, specifically the eyes, smoldering pools of ceaseless violet. They were the same eyes as the Violet Witch, a malefactor who had been terrorizing the area for years. And as such, the kid was left with only a lone heart to look out for her, a similar soul, lonesome and lorn in the depths of the woods. But she was raised good, and raised well, and while she never truly needed the approval of others, it was still a wish of hers to be more accepted. To be seen as less of an outsider, she did, at the very least, have a modicum of peace in her parents' home. But peace was ill becoming of the time, and ever fleeting. Despite the love and care bestowed upon her by her guardian, she could not stay. Fire came in the night. At first it was deemed an accident, happenstance, but the attacks became emboldened, frequent, turning from one or two individuals into small mobs, each time led by a sightless man, as if to taunt. As long as the Violet Witch roamed the land, the kid would know no sanctuary. She could only bring pain to those who would offer her comfort. And so, after a heated argument with her guardian, she forced herself to leave, lest they be caught up in the madness. The kid set off without preparation, carrying with her only a smolder of conviction. Nevertheless, she was savvy, complete with a few well-honed skills needed for survival. It wasn't long before she was well away from home, out beyond the threshold where the familiar woods fell away to shadowy hinterlands. Though, according to rumors of the Violet Witch, her manse would be less than a day's travel southwest. And as it were, there were 3 ways to go about heading there. The Galdres Highway, which the kid had been taking, dilapidated as it was. The old-growth forest, as unwelcoming as it seemed, or the gentle riverbank. I'm not sure which of those would actually be a good pick. I mean, all 3 could definitely have danger. Continue on the highway, cut through the old growth, or follow the river. Normally I'd say just continue on the highway, just because you won't get lost like that. I'm tempted to do follow the river though, just because our girl is very damp today. And I feel like if she's interacting with this story, then this is probably what she would choose. So I think we're gonna go with that. Follow the river. Looking to avoid any trouble, the kid decided the easiest route was to follow the river. It allowed for more light than the alternatives, with her being able to see quite well in the gloom. Or in the gloam. So well, in fact, that she spotted a glint of moonlight on the bank of the river, reflecting off a piece of what appeared to be jewelry. Upon further inspection, it seemed to be a talisman fashioned in the shape of a circle of fairies. Holding it made the kid feel something deep within her soul. Or their soul. But the catharsis swiftly fled. Before long, the talisman seemed like nothing more than a hunk of metal. Regardless, the kids stashed it safely on their person. Gain trait discarded. Discarded Fae. A talisman depicting a ring of 3 fairies. One holds a candlestick, another plays from a fief, and the third peers with gilded eyes. I'm assuming that's like a sort of flute? A fief? I've never heard of that. After a while, the manse crested over a neighboring hill. She was just beside the property as it was. Though she thought for a moment, there was still enough twilight to search around nearby. Of course, it may not be worth it. Search the highway, search the old growth, continue to the manse. How about the old growth? We might run into the witch. Doubling back for a bit, the kid decided to check out the old growth. The dark, harrowing woods didn't go for long before a glint caught her eye. There, buried in the trunk of a moss-covered tree, a knife stuck out, and from where its blade cut into the bark, opalescent buds sprung forth. Alright, we got a budding knife. What does that do? A nondescript weathered kriss. Glittering buds grow from the hilts. The kid, needing supplies, wrenched the blade from its resting place and hooked it firmly about her waist. Pleased with her find, the kid returned to the manse and found its front door to be unlocked. Feeling her stomach sink, the kid steeled her nerves and pushed onward. The Violet Witch's manse was regal, though disheveled. It didn't appear as though anyone had been home for some time, even if there was a distinct lack of dust on the surface. Very little furniture decorated the vaulted foyer. Exits on either side led to the library and the dining hall, where a spiraling staircase led into darkness overhead. Examine or travel? Examine? The welcome sign, the potted plant, grandfather clock, chandelier, suspicious corner. Or never mind. It either definitely has to be the potted plants or the suspicious corner. You guys want to see the suspicious corner or the plants? I'm just being a mess and spilling my water. Alright, if nobody says anything, we're gonna check out the plant. Plant it is. A pitiful wilted thing. The kid's first thought upon seeing such a sad remark was to believe it to be desiccated. Perhaps she was right. Examine or travel? Examine. Okay, so there's a little mark saying we already did the potted plant. Okay, resist a suspicious corner because there was a potted plant. But now we can look at the suspicious corner. A portrait of the lady of the house hung menacingly in the corner of the room. Taller and wider than a full-grown adult, her eyes pierced into the kid's soul. Cut up the painting or do nothing? Well, we have a knife in the options. Do we do it just because we have the option? Snip, snip. Okay, okay. The kid thrusts her knife into the subjectively derivative piece of art and rinsed the canvas away from the wall. To their surprise, a fortified door with a magical seal preventing passage lay just beyond. Upon further inspection, the seal seemed to unlock with a spoken password. Okay. Probably the welcome sign. See if maybe that has a clue. A flat board made of cork sat on the wall, with a little ceramic letters backed by pens pushed into the facade. It read, "Live, laugh, spellcraft." Rearrange the letters. Rearrange, we must. With a little creative tinkering, the kid changed the sign to read, "Ugh, all life steal." Examine. Well, grandfather clock. An ancient clockwork soldier, tirelessly carrying on his duty without complaint. Something sinister emanated from it, and the kid felt a tinge of fear as the hands neared midnight. Continue to explore, or wait until midnight, skip to the end. Continue to explore. Examine. The chandelier. An intricate crystal chandelier hung down from overhead. Its tether disappeared into the darkness of the vaulted ceiling, but its light shone down in a flood. Channel the talisman to cut the tether. Oh my goodness, okay. Wow, we are a destructive little kid. The kid held up the talisman and felt their spirit swell. Before them appeared a small golden fairy who flittered up to the chandelier's tether and cut it loose with a slash of gilded magics akin to a sword. The resulting crash was deafening, but at least the kid avoided getting cut up by the shrapnel. It just had to be careful walking around on the floor. Jeez. Okay. Travel, I guess? Library, dining hall, upstairs, or cancel? The library, I guess? A vibrant carpet and luscious scarlet drapes helped to pull together a warm, rich environment within the hardwood library. I feel like the witch is gonna get really mad at us when she comes home and is like, what the frick did you do to her? What did you do to my house? Why is everything a disaster? She's not gonna be happy. The room stretched up far above, concealing into darkness just beyond a mezzanine. Examine. Table and chair, bookshelf, heavy curtains. Mezzanine, or never mind. Bookshelf? Along the majority of the library's wall ran a magnificent bookcase. As it were, several books stood out notably to the kid. Read the first book, read the second book, read the third, fourth, or return them. The first one's got skulls, so let's look at that one. The legends say that the first book the kid had set aside was a political satire on the salacious rumors of some ancient kingdom's arrogant new king and his new, less than visible attire. Oh my. How about the second book? The second book the kid set aside chronicled an ancient ritual wherein an icy queen untethered herself in a moment of desperation, falling into an endless slumber. Allegedly, the queen's frigid embrace could be felt on the wind atop the tallest mountain, where the one who loved her most still stands guard. And now the third. The third book the kid set aside ended up being a cookbook of all things. The legends note one recipe in particular that had caught her eye. mashed mushroom mustard. Supposedly quite savory. I'd try it. The fourth book the kids set aside was something called the Apothequatus. Apotheoquatus? Apotheoquatus, I don't know. A dense, deceptively heavy, and ornately designed tome. Flipping it to a random page, the kid found a rough sketching of 3 swords. A platinum sword made to bend to the user's will, a silver sword made to reflect the user's will, and a golden sword made to judge the user's will. You try but in this world you'd rather not eat anything mushroom. Fair enough. Apparently the golden sword was considered to be all but lost to the world. And yet, studying the image, the kid couldn't help but feel as though the blade was closer than one would think. Though putting too much thought into it began to drive her nauseous, and she eschewed the matter from her mind. Okay, put them all back. So, how about the table and chair? A comfortable table and chair duo tucked into the corner of the library. Mostly cast in shadow, it was hard for the kid to discern anything of note. Okay. The curtains? Blood red curtains hung from on high, obscuring a gigantic window. Gain trait, curtain cape, let's go! The kid, taking their knife, slashed out a piece of fabric, fashioning it into a cape. Legends say she looked quite stylish. Hey, I'm just gonna say I had nothing to do with that. That was all the kid. Okay. Mezzanine. Is it mezzanine? I don't know. You're surprised? You watched a Japanese top 100 most streamed songs as of 2 months ago. Official quiche dandanism had like 20 entries in it. Dandism? I don't know what song that is. Alright, Flo, enjoy your foods. Far above, though before the shadows restricted her vision, the kid could spy a mezzanine. The library had a very clear second floor that was inaccessible from the first. I need to see what that is. I need to look that up. It is bothering me way too much. Mezzanine. Okay, it's a low story between two others in a building. Okay, so it's kind of like a second floor, but like just not super high up. Oh, it's a band. They're selling you the most chances of knowing is their opening for Spy Family. I'm not sure which opening you're talking about. Well, I know it can't be one of them because that one was Bump of Chicken. I don't think it was the first one either. Okay. Okay, there we go. My sinuses are bothering me today, so sorry about that. Oh, can't examine that anymore? Okay, well, never mind. I guess we go back to the foyer. Hi, Molly! The new Power World update's on the 25th. Oh my goodness, that's so soon. That's so soon. How are you doing today? I am playing my most anticipated game for the year. It is Mushroom Musume. And we are already in new content and it is wonderful. Koasobi had 3 in the top 10, and Kenshi Onezu had 3 in the top 15, including number 1. I don't know who that is. I haven't really listened to too much anime or Japanese music in general since I lost Spotify access. Wishing Power World for the update. Good luck. Good luck. I'm sorry I can't really help. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, in the foyer, very little furniture decorated the vaulted room. Exits on either side led to the library and the dining hall. Okay, so we're going to the dining hall. Travel to the dining hall. Or we could go upstairs. I think dining hall first. Then we'll go do these rooms, then come back and then do upstairs. I've not heard of this. It looks a lot like World of Horror. It's pretty different from that one. It's also a choose your own adventure kind of game. But it's not a horror game. Not normally. So dining hall. The dining hall was modest and cozy. So the basis of this game is that you start as a recluse who wants a child, and you raise a little mushroom daughter. And once she is grown, you then watch her life and help her make decisions and just see where it takes her. And right now we're in a little side story because our mushroom daughter named Melody, she came across another what was the term they used? It wasn't recluse. I think it was crone. Yeah, we came across a crone who was playing a little music box sort of thing. And they promised to tell us a story, and now we are inside the story. The dining hall was modest and cozy, though elaborate enough to default it as a place of sophisticated living. Tall windows lined the wall, looking out into an inky night, offering views for every seat along the extended table traveling the length of the room. On the wall, a portrait of a woman sat crooked, and around the corner, a hearth set blazing beneath the bust of a stuffed boar. In the shadowy corner, a door led surreptitiously into the kitchen. Okay, examine. Dining room portrait, hearth, boar bust, or kitchen table. Obviously we start with the table. You know, according to outside accounts of the kid's story, they say the table was made of real mahogany. Mahogany. Real mahogany. Do you have any idea how hard it is to source that stuff around here? I mean, what do we have? Fur? Well, regardless, it was quite fancy, especially for a witch who appeared lacking in the dinner guest department. Mahogany is also stupidly heavy, I believe. Portrait. A tender portrait of a veiled woman cradling a silent, staring baby hung crooked on the wall. Mahogany. Dragon Ball Z British has forever made that word hilarious. Right? Mahogany. It's forever corrupted for me too. The kid felt unnerved. The babe had her eyes. Oh, also the kid was harassed by villagers for having violet eyes because the witch also has violet eyes. So. A roaring fire heated the room efficiently, though beyond the flames there appeared to be a key. A lit fire in a seemingly abandoned house. Boar bust. The taxidermied bust of a massive black bristled boar hung on the wall of the dining room. Its tusks looked ferocious enough to pierce steel plates, if not something stronger. Okay. I guess that's it for the dining hall for now. Okay, so kitchen, foyer, or cancel. Let's go to the kitchen. Haven't been there yet? The kid entered the kitchen and found a little of interest. Random cutlery and the lingering smell of stale grease littered the room. An oven attached to some counters, along with the rear side of the hearth, crowded around the far side of the room near a door leading into the pantry. Alright, so oven, stone countertops, rear side of the hearth, or never mind. The oven, I guess? A standard brick oven, slightly ostentatious and certainly oversized. It didn't seem like anything had been cooked in there for some time. How about the countertops? A slate countertop littered with cutlery. The kid couldn't glean anything of note. Alright, rear side of the hearth. The kid looked into the hearth and realized there was a key dropped in there, resting behind the flames. Alright, we got the pantry key. All they had to do was pluck the key out and they had access to the pantry. Alright. Now can we go to the pantry? We can go to the pantry. Perfect. The heavy chime of the grandfather clock declared, "The time is 10 o'clock." The pantry was dark, cool, and musty. Larger than expected for the size of the manse, it nestled unsettling thoughts into the kid's mind. Examine rotten foodstuffs, the servant's note, a particularly savvy-looking rat. Well, the rat might move, so clearly we have to look at him first. A large, rotund rat sat in the center of the pantry, watching the kid. "Hey, you looks a thrifty sort. How about an exchange, eh? You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Capiche? Buy me some cheese, yeah? This food ain't no good for nobody no how. Give me a little of the goods, though. I'm liable to talk." The kid blinked at the rat before continuing on their rummaging. After all, who was the time to speak with shifty, not to mention magical vermin? Alright, let's look at the note. A small bloodied piece of paper that maddeningly detailed a particular book within the library, but for whatever reason, it did not explain why. Regardless, it piqued the kids' interest. They would have to check the shelves for the tome. We will definitely do that. And then the rotten foodstuffs. A disgusting pile of rotting food that made the kid feel sick. There was no telling how long it had been sitting there. Well, I guess that's it for that. It's now 10:05. I think we have until midnight. Alright, examine. We're just going to take another look around in here. Just to make sure we didn't miss any cheese. Okay, never mind. We're just gonna go. So back to the dining hall. See if maybe there's any cheese in here. Examine. Gonna check the table again. Oh, okay. Alright, back to the foyer. So we could go back to the library right now. Take a look for the book. I think that's probably what we should do. Okay, so to the library! Alright. Examine the bookshelf. Second, third, fourth, read the secret book. That's what we're looking for. The kid opened the book expecting to find some boring scrap of information, but instead was greeted with a hollowed out center. Da-da-da! We got the bedroom key! And within that center, a key. Alright, we should be done in the library then. So back to the foyer. And now we go upstairs. Alright, so it's 10:30. Turns out just moving around the house does take a good bit of time. The kid found themselves in a, might I say, dramatically lit hallway. We're talking candelabras, stained glass, the works. The hallway only led two ways, downstairs back to the foyer, and into the man's bedroom at the opposite end. Alright, examine. Surreal portrait, or never mind. Clearly the portrait. The kid studied the portrait in the hallway. It was of a familiar-looking woman, caught frozen in an expression of surprise, as though she had not expected acknowledgement. Interesting, okay. To the bedroom! Or... there's a closet in here. See, there's another little door there. There's a closet. It also looks like there's a bathroom. So, foyer, bedroom, or castle. Bedroom it is! The kid, finally finding the bedroom, had to take in the strangely intimate feeling of her surroundings. The room was quite enviable. One way led to a personal lavatory, the other way towards the library's mezzanine. With the only other way back out into the hallway, the kid couldn't help but take a gander around. The wardrobe, the polished vanity, a regal four-poster bed, a conspicuously well-preserved wedge of cheese, an armor stand in the corner. Well, clearly we have to take the cheese. Admittedly, the kid was forced to do a double take. There on the nightstand, kept in perfect condition under a heavy glass lid, was a spectacular wedge of cheese. Perhaps, she thought, the manse belonged to a tyromancer. Or a bored hobbyist. Regardless, the kid took the cheese because, quite frankly, she couldn't think of a reason not to. I mean, could you? No, I guess I couldn't. Or, yeah, several, actually. No, I definitely could not think of a reason not to. We definitely would just take the cheese. Exactly. I don't think there's a person alive who could resist free, perfectly aged cheese like that. I mean, it's perfectly preserved cheese. Anyway, the kid took it in their grubby little fingers and kept it safely on their person. The wardrobe. A large hardwood wardrobe sat with handles just waiting for the kid's fingers to grasp. And within, she found a marvelous cane, tipped in iron with the effigy of a hawk. Alright, we got a cane. While blunt, it still posed a significant method of damage when swung. Now the polished vanity. A beautifully simplistic vanity sat in the corner of the room. Inside, a diary belonging to the lady of the house sat opened, reading, I fear to have fallen into thraldom. I mustn't forget the code to the altar. Mine own faith feels faint of late. I pray this omen ne'er to affect my sweet child. Remember it. Remember the code, ye tired wretch. Epicloe, Epicloe, for the sake of thy daughter. It's odd, but the kid wondered if there might be more information yet to be found in the diary. Okay, and that was on the vanity. A regal four-poster bed. A majestic four-poster bed took up prominent space within the bedroom. When the kids searched it, however, they found a magnificent longsword hidden beneath the covers. Age had certainly gripped the blade, but it could still swing at least once. Gain trait Lady's Longsword. The icon on the hilt resembled an eye held tightly shut. And now an armor stand in the corner. A mannequin in the corner of the room sported a peculiar attire. Armor, though ceremonial, as if meant to slip over regular clothing. A fold made of mirrored plates matched an oversized necklace of similar styling, while a set of gauntlets completed the fashion. Gain trait Ornamental Armor. As the kid donned the armor, they could feel a warding effect create a paling around them, or a palling around them. On some level, despite the ornamental nature of it, they felt far more protected than before. Alright, time to move to either the library's mezzanine, the lavatory, or the hallway. Clearly the lavatory first. Although there's also a closet that apparently we can't go into yet. The inside of the lavatory was fascinating to the kid. Lazuli walls coated every inch, and ornate tiling in blues and whites accented the rest. An unassuming toilet, a simple cabinet, or never mind. Well, clearly we have to use the restroom first. It wasn't much. A magical toilet. Any and all have seen one of those in their lifetimes. Why do your business in a hole in the backyard when magic can do all the transporting for you? I'll take it. Done. How much? Flush the toilet. Do nothing. Flush it, obviously. I'll always flush the toilet. The kid flushed the toilet. Magically, the water was whisked away, and in a similar fashion, it was refilled into the bowl. Truly a marvel of magical science. A simple cabinet. A basic wooden cabinet sat at the end of the lavatory opposite the toilet. Inside it held only one item, a single roll of extra toilet paper. Naturally, the kid took it. Creating mischief in the realm of one's most vulnerable activities brought a delight to her that was rarely matched. We gained toilet paper! Plus, toilet paper is a remarkably flammable substance, and the kid understood that well. Okay, that's it for there. All right. So, to the library's mezzanine, I believe. The library's mezzanine felt decadent to the kid. Immaculate carvings made up the banister, and intricate candelabras infused a sanguine light between the stunted shelves. A magnificent window at the far end of the room was covered by blood-red curtains, trailing far below to the ground floor. A fall from there would have caused grave injury to the kid. Examine the bookshelf, or return to the bedroom. Bookshelf. The kid perused the shelves, finding a number of tomes that struck her fancy. Book 1, 2, 3. Alright, book 1. The first book the kid set aside lamented the journey of a lone knight spirit. One who, even after death, continued to stand guard beside a frozen queen, who was the only one to have claimed his heart. Book 2. The second book the kid set aside pored over fantastic detail about how to best host a dinner party, when one's guests are beings from upper and outer planes of existence. As it turned out, the key was an excessive stockpile of horseradish and a can-do attitude. You know, horseradish is one of those things I just don't ever have around. Maybe next time I'm at the store, I should actually look for it. I like this stuff. Every time I've had it, I've liked it. I just never really see it. Book 3. The third book the kids set aside laid out the steps to reforging the might and magic of a longsword. That was a blade in which the power had been lost when the one who remembered it passed on. The restorative ritual relied on several key items. An effigy of the faith once belonging to the weapon, a knife with the power of rebirth to draw and dip the new faithful's blood upon the effigy, and the weapon in question itself. We have the fairy charm. We have a knife. So maybe we could do it? There was, however, a catch. The ritual could only be done atop an altar of the weapon's faith. To exhume a faith as such, without first taking the steps needed to show one's respect, was tantamount to blasphemy. I feel like we're not going to complete this in time today. The room was quite enviable. Okay. So we're gonna head back to the foyer. And if we have enough time, we're gonna go to the rats. Okay, let's see if we can take a look at the diary again. Am I in a hurry to finish? No, it's just that I think we have a time limit. So right now it's 10:55. Each time we move into a room, it takes 5 minutes. And we have to go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to get back to the rat. So we're slowly running out of time. The kid scanned the pages, searching for any more information about the lady's altar. Unfortunately, the only information she was able to find was vague. When I am in need of direction, I must remember, search deep within, and perhaps an answer will arise. I must always remember my faith, mine own altar hidden within. The kid considered this passage, wondering more about the lady of the house. Perhaps if she could simply see the lady, she would find answers. We did kind of rip that portrait down. Interestingly, the kid found there to be a distinctly lucid passage ripped out and folded up in the back of the diary. Read the passage? Or set the diary back down? Well, definitely read it. The kid scanned the passage, meeting with a particular confusion. On the one hand, she couldn't understand what any of it meant, but on the other hand, a part of her deep inside felt like it did. The note read, I can feel the overtake approaching, but for the evening, my senses have returned to me. I should be so blessed as to have this moment, that I might confess mine own distrust, before this vexing curse takes me whole. I thought myself to be the whole of it, when we three were one, that the call of judgment to infatuate and subjugate the errant sword arm was mine, and mine alone. But I sit here, festering, silvering, accepting death as it may come to be, and I realize the burden lay not in my heart, and I am as much beast as him, trapped in her cage, a slave not only to this curse, but to myself. Find purchase, my daughter, in knowing you are not calved from a monster, but simply a fool. I don't think there's anything else in here. Because we got the sword out of the wardrobe. The vanity. Yeah. Okay. I don't think the library's gonna have much more for us. Or the lavatory. So we're gonna go back to the hallway. The heavy chime of the grandfather clock declared, "The time is 11 o'clock." All right. I don't think there's anything in here. Oh, surreal portrait? The kids studied the unsettling portrait in the hallway. It was of a familiar-looking woman, frozen in an expression of anger, as though enraged by acknowledgement. Oh, that's different this time. Okay. Back to the foyer. Now there's a portrait that we cut. So we're going to examine the suspicious corner. Alright, spoken password. The kid leaned forward, plainly speaking, "Epic Chloe," before standing back to watch the wall recede and the room behind become exposed. I don't think there's anything else in here. Obviously, we have to look at the plot plan again. A pitiful wilted thing. The kid's first thought upon seeing such a sad remark was to believe it to be desiccated. Perhaps she was right. Okay, travel. Go through the secret passage. Behind the hidden passageway, the kid wandered through a brief dark tunnel before emerging at an intimate stone chapel ending in an occult altar. A statue depicting the lady of the house stood in the corner on a dais, and pews lined the length of the nave. Examine the immaculate pews, the aged statue, the perturbing altar. The immaculate pews. A set of 6 hardwood pews that lined the way to the altar. Each looked immaculate and unblemished, save for one. Near the front, a singular seat had long been worn away. Alright, the statue then. The kid marveled at a 10-foot-high statue upon a raised dais depicting the lady of the house. Legends say that the statue wore a ceremonial set of armor and branded a longsword in her left hand, a magnificent kris in the other. And despite being made of naught but stone, it is said that the eyes glittered, as though gems forever caught in the glint of moonlight. Now the altar, I suppose? The kid, utilizing the information gleaned from the book, readied the items for the altar. Setting the discarded Fae atop the stone baby, the kid gripped their knife and cut deeply into her thumb, watching as the buds took hold atop the talisman in a small circle. Finally, the kid took the sword and plunged it hard into the sacrament. The blade underneath shattered, though the blade tip never pierced through the talisman. As the kid pulled the sword back out, however, she could feel the strength pulsate from the blade and noticed the eye on the hilt open. Lost trait, discarded Fae, the lady's longsword. Alright, so we have the budding knife. We still have our curtain cape. Absolutely fashionable and durable. Pantry key. A key to the pantry. Evidently, prior theft necessitated enhanced security. The bedroom key. Bizarre circular motifs made up its styling. The perfectly preserved cheese. As is well known, cheese is supposed to be aged. Therefore, this cheese must have simply been the best. Man's cane. A cane depicting a bird's head. Effectively, a bludgeoning tool. Ornamental armor. Ceremonial regalia imbued with magical wards. Despite its immodesty, it protected well. Toilet paper. 2-ply. The opulent skid mark of aristocrats. The opulent skid mark of aristocracy. Aristocracy. There we go. two-ply, the opulent skid mark of aristocracy. Galdred's grudge blade, the storied sword from a fractured bloodline. The hilt stares at one harder than one could ever stare back, and it's as if it used one's own eyes to gauge the soul. Old cheese is also effectively a blunt instrument. Clearly. It felt like staring in a reflection. Clearly examine. So now, do the pews have anything else? Okay, we'll put the statue. Alright, mark out the statue. No, it looks the same. Okay. And let's look at the altar again. The altar sat serene, depleted from the ritual. No more magic could be found in its embrace. Alright, back to the foyer. I don't know if we're gonna have enough time, so let's see. That'd be 20, 25, 30 to talk to the rat, then 35, 40, 50, 55. Ooh. Okay, we're really gonna be pushing it if we go to the rat. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it, because I want to get the rat the cheese. But I definitely want to go look at the but the portraits in the hallway. Okay, I'm gonna examine the things in here again just to see. All lifesteal. Wait, we can rearrange it again. With a low creative tinkering, the kid changed the sign to read, "She pull a evil fart." You're waiting for the moment something unexpected happens. I waste more time than I planned. Can I rearrange again? With a low creative tinkering, the kid changed the sign to read, "Spectre Hag Fail." Examine the welcome sign. Spectre had fail. Well, clearly we have to rearrange it again. Oh, okay. It's back to live, laugh, spellcraft. You know what? That's fine. We'll leave that be. Okay, we've looked at potted plant a few times. Grandfather clock, they'll just let us wait until the end. Let's look at the chandelier. An intricate crystal chandelier hung down from overhead. Its tether disappeared into the darkness of the vaulted ceiling, as light shone down in a flood. Broken shards of crystal and glass littered the floor. The kid had to be cautious where they stepped. Okay, well, we will be going to the dining hall because I want to talk to the rats. So, back in the dining hall. And there'll be 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 to get back up there. So, we should be okay. I hope. I hope. All right, well, it is time. Oh, okay. The game made a thing when I clicked off. Okay, anyway, it is time for a 3-minute break, so please get up, get a drink, use the restroom, do whatever you need to do, and I will see you again very soon in 3 minutes. Well, it might be a little longer. I need to go use the restroom, so it might be slightly longer than 3 minutes, but I'll try to be quick. I'm back. Sorry that took so long. Yeah, sorry. Ah! Okay. I'm back. I'm back. I didn't even get to refill my water. It might have been something I ate yesterday that's just make my stomach not too happy, but oh well. It's fine. I will survive. I will survive. I will survive in the mountain of plushies. Alright, how many ditto? I wasn't counting. I saw at least one. 3? Pretty low. Pretty low. Can't always have a bunch of ditto. Alright. So there is another portrait in here. So a tender portrait of a veiled woman cradling a silent, staring baby. Okay. That's kind of all I want to examine in here. I don't think there's anything else, so travel. To the kitchen! An oven attached to some counters, along with the rear side of the hearth, crowded around the far side of the room. Okay, I don't think there's anything in here. So, the countertops. Yeah, nothing there. The oven. Nothing there. Okay. And we got the key. So, pantry! Nia was challenging your integrity? Why is that? Alright, rats. I got your cheese. A large, rotund rat sat in the center of the pantry, watching the kid. Hey, is that some shit? How about you hand over the scratch? Alright. Now here's a piece of advice for yous. Get out of town before the clock strikes 12, capiche? After that, it's bad times in the biz. That's it? That's it? And don't get too enamored by that clock in the foyer, for you know hours will pass by. Before the kid could say anything, the rat scurried off. What a pal. That's it? That's it? Oh my gosh. I already knew that though. Okay. Back to the kitchen. At least we have the sword. Alright, back to the dining hall. And then the foyer. And now lastly, we go upstairs in here. Alright, examine the surreal portrait. Oh, was that it? Well, heck. Okay. Back to the foyer, I guess. Can we leave? No, we can't. Oh. Oh, okay, so that's the history. Cool. I guess we'll just look at the clock until it ends. Alright. An ancient clockwork soldier, tirelessly carrying on his duty without complaint. Something sinister emanated from it, and the kid felt a tinge of fear as the hands neared midnight. Alright, we're just gonna wait until midnight because we only got 5 minutes, so... Hi! You are kind of terrifying looking. In the foyer, the kid felt a horrid chill on the air. Suddenly she came face to face with the shade of the manse's matron. Though a formidable opponent, it was nothing more than the poor witch's memories made manifest. There was no time to think. The Shade saw the kid as an intruder and intended to make the consequences known. But the kid had no intention of going down without a fight. The kid danced around, desperately trying to avoid cutting themselves up too bad on the broken chandelier. Oh no! My actions have consequences! The kid thought briefly about what to use against the Shade, pulling out her swanky cane, her budding knife. How about the grudge blade? We went through a lot to get that. The kid swung the legendary blade at the Shade. The agony sent out by the beast was a symphony. It certainly felt that attack. The Shade initiated its share of the combat by reaching high and striking down with an incredible claw attack. The passion of the fight had been ignited. The dance was afoot. The kid danced around, desperately trying to avoid cutting themselves up too bad. Okay, so each turn we lose 1 HP. Got it. And we're just going to keep using the blade. Perfect. The Shade hissed, whipping a miserable claw at the kid, connecting somewhat. There was no other path left to the kid, only fate could scry the outcome. The kid danced around. Alright, and of course we just keep using the grudge blade, because why would we use anything but? And next turn we win. Enraged, the Shade shrieked as loud as it could, damaging the very psyche of the kid. Even battered and bruised, there was no stopping the kid from her quest, her conviction. The kid danced around. The kid thought briefly about what to use, and once again, without hesitation, pulled out the Galdre's grudge blade. The agony sent out by the beast was a symphony. It certainly felt that attack. And the Shade shrieked and moaned as the magic comprising it glittered away. All that was left in that mess of glittering shrapnel was the kid. The kid, and a bounty of unanswered questions. The only thing left as a clue for her was a small precious stone fragment left behind by the Shade. And as the kid scooped it in her palm, the fragment warmed and glittered a bright green before fading at length into slumber. Regardless, the kid understood it was only the beginning of her journey. For whom the bell tolls, complete the tragedy of the kid. Let's go! And such was the kid forced to come to terms. And such was the kid forced to come to terms with many a disquieting thought upon that return trip home. Dozens of woes, a litany of sorrows, but only one truth that struck her. Perhaps those who rallied against her, in fact, did so with cause. The kid would return victorious indeed, but some believe her to have gone on further, to do many a great deed. Alas, that is all for now. Time has slipped away from us, it seems. You'd best hurry on home now before the dark settles. The crone leans in, uncomfortably close. You wouldn't want to run into the Violet Witch now, would you? She asks with a cackle. Taking her advice, you return home, head filled with thoughts of the kid. Alright, so you're playing around with every weapon. You're currently at the most popular weapon, and you can fight revenants, dead players, to get secondary money and their equipment. Many have min-max swords, and you should not have before New Game Plus, and you struggle not to use them. Good luck. Good luck. That's all I'm gonna say. Yay! Okay. I feel slightly better, maybe? Water. Water required. Okay. Okay. You are woken in the middle of the night by a loud crash from your kitchen. You scramble to investigate and finally catch the source of the rackets. A man hunched over in pain in the middle of your cooking nook. He spots you and seems to panic, waving his hands around. Oh, wait, it's not what it looks like. Doubt. Well, it's exactly what it looks like, but I injured myself, so I'm no longer pursuing that plan. Why don't you bless a poor fool and choose to excuse my rudeness? It's not rudeness. If I let you go, then you're just gonna try and attack me again. An injured thief is still a thief. Kick him out. Or excuse his rudeness. Yeah, home invasion, who would ever do that? You know, an injured thief is still a thief. Kick him out. No. No one will break into your house and tell you to forgive them. You roughly grab the man by the scruff of his collar, then proceed to take out the trash. As you go to the local bakery, you feel a set of eyes staring at you. You turn your neck and barely catch a glance at the man following you. He's wearing a beret and a chef's apron, and making you feel uneasy. Oh no, he knows we're tasty. Tell the man off. You're not for eating after all. Run back home as quickly as you can. I don't think we're gonna work either way. Sir, I'm not for eating. I guess we're just gonna confront the guy. This is not gonna go well, but we're gonna do it anyway. I don't want to lead him back to my house is the thing. I have a feeling he's gonna attack me anyway, though. You angrily turn on your heel and yell at him. I am a mushroom, you know. Wait, I'm a person. Unable to successfully form a defense, the man seems emboldened. He approaches you with a sinister grin, and you pass out. Several hours later, you wake up a few pounds lighter. A chilling breeze greets you on the morning, heralding the approach of winter, and we're down to 7 robustness. Oh no! Our poor frail girl. With the end of the year approaching, you find yourself considering your aspirations. Okay, I am going to save scum just a little bit because I'm very curious what happens if we just run home. I just want to see if we can. Oh. We're still going to kick this guy out. Oh, darn it, we got a different one. Okay, well, oh well. Oh well. While walking down a heavily wooded path, you notice a disheveled woman slumped mournfully against the base of the tree. She bears numerous scratches and light wounds, as well as peculiarly coal-black lips. Yeah, don't you hate it when you accidentally tell people your food? Right! It's awful. Her clothes are torn and dirty, but despite this, you can tell they were once quite expensive. Curiosity piqued, you approach the woman, asking if she needs help with something. The woman grimaces, shaking her head. Nothing can be done for me. I've been sentenced to death. As she speaks, you notice her tongue is stained, as if she had been licking ink. You can't help but feel intrigued, so you insist. What does she mean? A few weeks ago, I was walking through these woods when I witnessed the most beautiful woman I'd ever known, picking flowers alone. I'm ashamed to say I was so taken by her stunning looks that I followed the woman, aiming to at least ask her her name. I discovered far too late, however, that was no woman, but the witch of the woods herself. Her eyes widen. Few humans would even speak of the witch. To follow her into the forest is regarded as, well, a death sentence. I know not if it was punishment or fulfillment of my unspoken request, but upon my approach she twisted around and met me with a terrifyingly intense kiss. When I came around again, I bore a terrible curse. She visibly trembles, pulling at the tattered ends of her elegant dress. Solid cobble seemed to shift under my feet, and steady tools writhed like snakes in my grasp, conspiring to be dropped. I have been doomed to fail at all things. I've lost my work, my coin, and cannot even prepare food or forge without injuring myself. It has reached the point where I can do nothing but sit here and await. She trails off, pursing her blackened lips. Again, the doomed lady falls against the tree. Staring blankly, it's apparent that she has utterly lost her will to go on. A cursed kiss from the Witch of the Woods. Not unexpected. Ask her to give you the curse. With a kiss. Decline to interfere in the witch's business. Tell her to pursue a romance with the witch. I mean, clearly romance is the way to go here. Or I could use my dampness 100 to take the curse. Do we really want the curse, though? Do we really want that? Do we want the curse? It is damp, but... I mean, clearly, she should just go ask the witch to become her girlfriend. Clearly. They should just become partners. romance. Although I could take the curse and then go talk to the witch. I haven't done this before, so we could try it. I feel like this is a very bad idea with our very low robustness, but you know what? We're gonna do it anyway. Sure, we'll overwrite that. Sure. Give me the curse. You consider the woman carefully before demurely suggesting she try cursing you in turn. As she processes the suggestion, her cheeks redden with realization. You'd really do that for me? The woman's particular weakness that landed her in this situation is apparent as she averts her gaze. Admittedly, your primary interest is in the kiss. You could consider this a sort of bargain of your own. You nod. The two of you share an impassive kiss. Ooh, we failed. Merely touching lips together for a moment. You close your eyes and concentrate on that intangible ailment inside her, the curse. A fuzzy and indistinct object, a tiny black moth caught between two panes of discolored glass. You try to focus on it, but the glass darkens, turning opaque. The curse is too dark and too heavy for you to grasp. The Witch of the Woods herself placed it after all. That doesn't stop you from trying, of course. For another long moment you hold your lips to hers, until finally she pushes you away, flushed from the effort. You shake your head. Both of you can tell it isn't working, and she droops with renewed despair. It was nice to try at least, she smiles flirtatiously. You are welcome too. Try again sometime if you like. Long after the two of you part, you can't help thinking about her. Perhaps you might just take her up on that offer. Oh man, my humanity went down quite a bit. A chilling breeze greets you one morning, heralding the approach of winter. With the end of the year approaching, you find yourself considering your aspirations. You want to accomplish something significant, you decide. Something you'll remember. Take on a dangerous quest. I don't think that's a good idea for us. Attend a charming evening at the gala. Pursue a great aspiration. Or... nah. How about a great aspiration? I don't think a dangerous quest is very good for our girl. I don't think she'd really enjoy the galley either. So let's try a great aspiration. There's something that you want to accomplish, actually. You need some great achievement to end the year on a high point. Receive an education? Never mind. Sure, we can go for an education. There's a building that you occasionally see while out, one that's overflowing with human children. Though you're unsure of the details, you've discovered that this building is called a school. People attend it in order to learn. When asked, the humans at the school told you you can come back around the end of the year when a new term would start. You don't know what that means, but you look forward to all of the new fun things you will learn. The chill in the air has invigorated you. What would you like to do today? School! Can we do school? Would that be town? Revisit a strange location. Wait, we can do that? Ooh. I don't know what that would do. We'll just override that one. It's fine. Revisit a strange location? Or would you like to travel? Oh, do something else instead. Okay, never mind. Oh, we can't revisit our friend with the wax. The wax thing. I don't remember where we've found him. We could go to the woods. How about... Or we could go to town. See about going to school. I don't know what expeditions are going to be. Let's try it. To the east of your forest lies a village of humans, but you have often found yourself wondering what you would find if you simply kept traveling east. Today you have resolved to solve this mystery. With the pact, you depart. Well, departed for a day trip. A thoroughly trodden path guides you easily to the village, a route you're familiar with. Once you get beyond the far edge of the village is when the anticipation begins to build. The more you think about it, anything could be out there. And soon you'll see what it is. Your journey is long. Well, as long as a day trip can be, you suppose. But after what feels like hours of walking through gently sloping valleys and hills, you begin to notice structures. Though they are aged, you recognize large monoliths that appear to have once been some kind of stone wall, perhaps defensive fortifications? As you walk further, you find buildings as well, though you suspect it has been a very long time since anything human has lived in them. Nature, however, seems to be doing her best to claim stake to the abandoned town. Large pine trees stand proudly, unmoved by the winter chill. You even managed to spot several animals you have only rarely seen previously. While exploring, you happen to notice a few different tasty-looking plants. Perhaps you'll take advantage of this and do some foraging while you're out. Harvest fruits, trap some critters, look for nuts and seeds, or pluck evergreen needles. Could go for nuts and seeds or some roots. What would we even do with evergreen needles? I've heard of people making tea with it. Sure. If there's one thing you could rely on, it was the ever-dependable evergreen. It was unsurprising that they have thrived where the humans have abandoned. Though you could think of uses for the easy-to-gather fallen needles covering the ground, you have found that freshly picked needles yield the tastiest tea. Oh, she's making tea. Thankfully, you have a wide variety of trees to pull from. With dinner procured, and then some, you decide that it is time to say goodbye to the strange little abandoned town for now, and begin the long trek home. Perhaps someday you shall return. Also, I'm sorry, I forgot to go visit our family. We forgot to go say hi to the recluse. While on your way to gather firewood, you find that your world is suddenly turned upside down. Quite literally. After a second of disorientation, you suss out that you've somehow walked yourself right into a trap. Your foot is above you, caught in a thick rope loop. You'd have to be desperate, but you could also eat pine needles, but like the roots. A tea? But why get other things when you could get tea? Your foot is above you, caught in a thick rope loop. You call for help, hoping someone is nearby. Thankfully, that seems to be the case. Except they were probably the trapper, and given that we're so tasty, and people seem to know that we're tasty, we might be in trouble. Unfortunately for you, you recognize the man who approaches. That rotten thief. My, you're not what I had pictured squirming in my trap, the man says with a sly grin. I'm in quite a predicament here, you see. I do feel bad about the other night, so I don't want to rob you again. But you were also quite mean to me the other nights, so perhaps I do want to rob you. A little. Didn't I just get a coin? Didn't I just get a coin? Yeah. Yeah, I do some wealth and food. Man. He clicks his tongue, lightly tapping his fist to opposing palm. How about this? I'll do what you so badly wanted me to do the other night. Leave. Have fun, little mushroom girl. The man winks, simply walking off, leaving you still ensnared. How rude! I have to figure out another plan. Continue to wait, or wiggle your way loose. Well, waiting's probably not going to do a whole lot of good, so I might as well at least try to get out. You resolve to free yourself by wiggling. Stranger things have worked. Easy breezy with a 3. Okay. Is this because of my dampness? I mean, Besides, you are a fairly slimy person. Surely being a slippery sort would help you out in this situation. Okay, yes, it is my dampness. You start swinging back and forth, trying to gain momentum. Finally, success! You propel yourself roughly into the floor of the forest. Grateful to be free, you barely even mind getting a little scuffed up. You happily return to your chore. While taking a stroll down the center of town, you catch the eye of a curious group of children. One of them lifts a finger to point at you and shouts, "Look, a big mushy!" That's pretty rude, by all means. What do you want to do about this? Go over and see if they would like to play. Offer the kids some homemade dry mushroom treats. Hey, it's a special card. I think we'll do that. Play monster by chasing the kids around. How rude! Point and shout right back at them. Oh no, that's robustness. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna save. Just be careful. Mushroom treats. You've seen some of the local shops hand out goodies before, so you're sure no one would get mad at you for doing it too. Thankfully, you always keep some of your homemade treats on hand, useful for long hikes or hungry children. At first, the child seems hesitant. He casts a concerned glance to his friends, who seem perhaps a little confused. Eventually, he takes a bite. The child immediately spits it out, desperately licking his palms in an attempt to rid himself of the flavor. How rude! Ew, the big mushy's so gross. You have no choice but to walk back home in shame, wondering what you did to make the treats turn out so bad. When the first flake of snow falls, you realize something. It's winter! Precisely the time you were told to return to school. Or, at least, precise enough, you assume. You don't have any other plans for the day, so you decide to make your way to school post-haste. However, when you finally arrive at the building, you find only the women present. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of how your time here will work. She greets you, nervously but politely. Oh, it's, you. She gives a thin smile. You came and asked about attending classes. I assume that's why you're here. You nod. Well, you're a little early. Class starts tomorrow, actually, but I'm glad you're here. I think there's some matters we should discuss. For some reason, the sentence raises small alarm bells in your head. Is this a fear of authority? First of all, pardon my manners, but what are you exactly? You briefly explain your origins to her, and she listens in deep concentration. Your desire for an education is admirable. Normally this class is for, well, human children. But I suppose, given the circumstances, it would be alright for you to attend. She briefly outlines what the next few weeks will look like. Every weekday, students gather here first thing in the morning. Then I teach a lesson that lasts a few hours. Occasionally you will be tested to make sure you really remember what I'm saying. Any questions? What am I gonna learn? Should I bring anything? Nope. Should I bring anything? I don't want to be ill-prepared. But also, what am I gonna learn? I want to ask both. Should I bring anything? Oh, thank you for asking. There will be a brief lunch break partway through the day. Bring something to eat if you can. And what am I gonna learn? She smiles gingerly. Well, a little bit of everything, I suppose. Reading, math, colors, even nature. I'm sure you'll excel in that area. Nope. She nods with a certain hesitation, as if she suspects there are more questions you simply aren't asking. Well, then I'll see you tomorrow, I suppose. You leave, excited to start your journey in education. With my 7 robustness. The next morning, you eagerly ready yourself and your pack for the day. What sort of things would one even need in a school? A snack? A cool rock? A weapon to defend yourself? In the end, you decide that your typical daily items should suffice and begin your trek to your first day of school. How exciting! When you near the schoolhouse, you spot a number of children standing outside and talking amongst themselves. And it appears they spot you too. At first they grow quiet, looking at each other with strange expressions. Then a spark of recognition. The beast! A boy cries, pointing at you. The children erupt into a wave of shock and joy. How rude! You two go to a school with a legendary soul-eating sword. Oh, don't worry, that was just a story. That wasn't actually our... That wasn't our girl. That was a different kid. That was the kid. Unfortunately, we did not get another wax record. But I doubt you're even able to get all of those in one go. So it's probably a meta progression sort of thing. Is that really the beast? You hear them whispering. Though this term may sound somewhat cruel, it appears they made it in a neutral way. Maybe they even seem to get some enjoyment out of it? You continue your walk to the building, hearing the whispers of the children behind you. Hearing the whispers of the children behind you build your mythology. Before you can continue, you spy the woman in charge. You believe she may be called the teacher. She calls out, "Class is about to begin! Would everyone come inside, please?" As if by magic, the crowd of children, and you, do as she says. You do your best to blend in with the other students. Your height doesn't help. The others sit on benches and look to the teacher with anticipation, so you do as well. The teacher begins the lesson by presenting something for everyone to observe. A rectangular object, leaves of paper contained within a binding. You believe many call this object a book. Your suspicion is proven correct as the teacher begins to speak. She goes on to tell you that words are something that can be either spoken, like she's doing presently, or written. A book contains written words and can be used to preserve information, even beyond death. A bit of a morbid observation for the room, you feel, but you appreciate it at least. The trick comes, however, in learning how to correspond spoken words with written words. As you would find out in coming weeks, this process is a bit of a task. It turns out that writing and reading are lessons you must learn daily. Following your first lesson, your teacher smiles gently. Well done, everyone. Now let's do something different. It looks like the snow has stopped for now. Why don't we go outside to play and enjoy the weather for a while? It'll be so much easier to learn after a break. Isn't that right? Well, when she puts it like that, who could object? You and your classmates rise and leave the classroom as a unified mass. The fresh air reinvigorates you. Though really you've not even been inside for that long. Nevertheless, you can never be outdoors enough. When you look around, you realize the children have split into smaller groups, each playing their own game. Choosing what to do may be challenging. Play Hoopstick. Tell scary stories. They did like the scary stories last time, so, we already have a proven track record with this one. Altogether, there's probably around a dozen students in your class. This is a larger audience than you typically have access to. You go up to one of your classmates who seems particularly bored and bid them to lean in to hear you whisper, "Do you want to hear a scary story?" Immediately, the child is captivated. You begin to weave a tale full of suspense, and before you know it, a small crowd has surrounded you. You do your best to deliver the story with style, occasionally allowing for a dramatic pause or an exaggerated pantomime. When you finish, your classmates give you a round of applause. That's such a cool story! I like the part with the worms. Your enjoyment, however, is interrupted by the sound of a bell and the teacher calling for everyone to come inside. Alas, all good things must end. When you return from lunch, you are told it is time for another lesson. This morning, you are learning about colors, particularly how they can be combined. Have you ever seen a rainbow? Colors can be mixed in different ways. I brought some paint, so let's practice. Your teacher rolls out a large swath of parchment, setting small containers of pigment around the room. We call red, blue, and yellow primary colors. Melody, do you know what color we get when we mix blue and yellow? Green! Yellow! Or green! Blello! Oh, that's so cute. I want to do good in school. Okay, later we will have an absolute girl fail who we take to school, okay? But for now, green. She smiles broadly at your response. That's right. Blue mixed with yellow is green. You and your classmates spend the rest of the period experimenting with paint using many tools, your finger being your favorite. Maybe learning's not so bad after all. After what feels like an eternity, your teacher ends the lesson. I think it's lunchtime. What do you all think? Your classmates seem to agree, which signals a break from learning. Recess was so nice. Recess was so nice. Why don't we eat outside as well? More outside time. Hubba bub. Hubba hubba. What the heck? Perhaps humans and mushrooms aren't so different after all. Everyone around you stands, suddenly clutching cloth-wrapped parcels and little tins, and begins the mad dash out. You follow at a distance to avoid being trampled. Once outside, you plant yourself on the ground near where the others have chosen to perch. Everyone makes idle chit-chat while you enjoy your lunches. This gives you a rare glimpse into what a human child eats for a meal. Many are eating sandwiches with a thin spread of lard or syrup, or, if they had particularly indulgent parents, both. Suddenly, you hear a gasp from one of your schoolmates. A girl next to you goes glassy-eyed and points. When you follow her direction, you spot the problem. A large canid beast with prominent fangs has emerged from the nearby woods, and it's heading right for you. Alert the teacher. There's someone to go touch it. Scare it off, or ignore. Tell the teacher. Go touch it. Scare it off. I don't know if I could scare it off. I don't really have much in the way of potency and all that. Can you pet the dog? I'm thinking either alert the teacher or scare it off. Probably just scare it off because it's like that's just what she would do, I think. Uh-oh. That looks like a grade A scary creature approaching. But you know something deep down in your heart. You're scarier. Puffing your chest out, you decide that you have to do what it takes to make this beast retreat. You slip away from your classmates so sleekly no one even notices and make a beeline for the intruder. When it spots you, you both pause. Then you run. With an eerie hiss, you make yourself look as intimidating as possible. Forced to choose between fight or flight, the creature sees your height and makes a split-second decision to run away, tail between his legs, back into the woods. When you return to the schoolyard, it seems your classmates missed your act of bravery. Your teacher, however, is looking right at you. Her expression is hard to read, but she quietly thanks you before calling everyone back in from lunch. After lunch, of course, comes more learning. See, we did good. Of course, the teacher was probably just thinking like, what the heck, that was just a stray. What the heck? This afternoon, you are learning about some local wildlife. Though the lesson begins with earthly animals, eventually you get to the good stuff. Fae. Though some people refer to anything magical as fae, the classification actually refers to a specific range of beings. Your teacher holds up a clear glass vase for the class to see. When you look closer, you notice a small, slumbering fairy resting within. This is a common fairy, one of the smallest and most insignificant of the fae. Humans have a complicated, but often useful relationship with the fairies. Melody, can you tell me something fairies are used for? Levitation, light, food, friendship. People will say light. That seems like something she would do. Back when you lived with them, your grandma once came to find you in a panic, hurrying you to her yard. Was there a stray doggo out there? The neighbor's lab had jumped the fence and was lost. Oh, poor little guy. Okay, we're gonna say lights. Or fair. No, light. She smiles broadly at your response. That's right. Miners will often try to encourage fairies to make a home in caves to help light the way. Over the winter, you return to that school building many days. Each session is filled with a variety of educational facts. Some you even manage to remember. Near the end of the grade, you learn something terrible. That at the end you'll be tested on your knowledge before you can graduate. You would very much like to graduate, so you do your best to retain the lessons. Before you know it, the final test is tomorrow. You arrive at school. The anxiety of your classmates is palpable. Some share their concerns with others. Why did she ask about purple? I forgot to study purple! Then your teacher stands and makes an announcement. All right, kiddos, it's testing day. Melody, let's start with you. She pulls you aside while the other students use their extra time to socialize. We're going to review all the stuff we learned this term, all right? First question. She gestures to a small black tablet and a knob of chalk. How do you spell your name? Okay, time to put your literacy to the test. Oh, okay, I can't save now. Okay, we're gonna be a good student this time. A girl fail is a different time. Your teacher looks at your tablet and claps happily. Excellent! She scribbles something down on some parchment, then looks back up to you. Let's move on. For the next portion, I'm going to ask you some questions about the things you learned in your other lessons. Let's get started. What do you get when you combine blue and red? It couldn't be purple, could it? Green, purple, yellow, orange. We will be good student. Very good. More parchment scribbles. Next question. The two of you continue this interview for a while, when finally she informs you that the next question will be the final one. You brace yourself. The end is in sight. What should you never give to a fairy? A coin? Fatty foods? Attention? Your name? Probably your name. You saying that as if you ever want to be a bad student? I never want to be a bad student, it's true. But we will have a girl fail, okay? We will have a girl failure, and maybe she'll go to school. Your name. After you give your answer, the teacher casually looks at her notes. Excellent job, Melody. You can go back to your seat now. You find the following wait somewhat excruciating. She individually interviews each student, taking up the whole school day. Yet at the end, she seems excited. Congratulations to all! Everyone passed their test today! Woohoo! She encourages you and your classmates to cheer, something that comes easily. Tomorrow will be your final day for the term. Instead of class, we'll be having a party where we celebrate you and your learning journey. Feel free to invite your parents. We get to invite the recluse! Then class ends for the day, everyone excited for the event to come. The next day you arrive to class feeling an odd sense of anticipation. You've never been celebrated before. Not in this way, at least. When you enter, you notice many strangers fill the room. You suppose these are likely your classmates' families. To your surprise, you also notice one face you recognize, the recluse. You're not sure how they heard, but they express their excitement for you. You'll be the first in your family to graduate from school. You spend some time mingling before the teacher stands at her podium and gathers the attention of all. I would like to thank you all for attending today's graduation. All of these students, big and small, have worked hard to get here. So let's party! Everyone cheers, then continues their discussions. Throughout the next few hours, your teacher approaches each student and gives them a parchment certificate showing that they have completed some schooling. Then it's your turn. I know the whole thing was a little... Successfully completed kindergarten. You graduated from school. Ah, we made it through kindergarten. Let's go. I know the whole thing was a little, well, unusual, but I really enjoyed having you in class, Melody. And to tell you the truth, I think the kids did too. You have kind of a knack about it, honestly. As she speaks, it seems a thought occurs to her. Feel free to say no, but would you be willing to come back next term and help out? I could always use a hand, and to tell the truth, I'm a little boring. A scary class pet would really help keep everyone on their toes. A pet? I'm not a pet. I'm not a pet. Why would I just be a pet? At least call me an assistant. That sounds fun. Yeah. You never considered the thought, but you do have fun scaring kids. Where better to find children to scare? Plus, you'd actually be helping them. That's a win-win. your teacher, or perhaps coworker, is excited to hear your response. Oh, that's just great. Thank you. Come back tomorrow and we can start planning. Planning? That sounds like more effort than you expected. But if it's for the kids, I guess it's worth it. Over the following seasons, you become a beloved fixture in the schoolhouse. Students are eager to go to school knowing that you are there. Every day, you serve a variety of functions. During recess, you chase the students, and they run away fearfully, until of course they collapse into a pile of giggles when you inevitably catch them. You also lead story time, where you tell tales that send a shiver down their spine, then help them tell their own tales. And of course, you remain a particularly good repellent of anything dangerous that dares approach. Over the course of your life, you enjoy seeing your past students around town, seeing how they are starting to grow into slightly bigger humans. You never expected education to be so fulfilling. Ending. Teacher's pets. Cute. Well done on a daughter well raised. So well done, in fact. I think you are deserving of a reward. I can't offer much, but perhaps you would like some spores. Spores! 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 I've been looking forward to this mechanic. There are many uses for these spores, for those that know where to spend them. Visit my hut when you are ready to learn more. For now, let's remember the child. Melody, the teacher's pet. First things first, let's measure what her life was worth. New music bonus. Macaron who wails. 100 spores. Okay, so new music bonus for one piece of music. New color bonus. 50 spores. And stat bonuses. Okay, so higher our stats, the more spores we get at the end. Okay. And then also unused cards and tokens are each worth 15 each. And miscellaneous achievements of note. We didn't do any this time, but those are 25 each. That's good to know. And a new ending bonus. Get 100 spores for that. And first grown bonus. Plus drippy spores. Very good. In total, that's 507 spores. So new song, new color, daughter bonus, new ending, and new mushroom type. Very nice. Very good. Teacher's pets. You have combined children's fascination with scary things with their need for education. Friend of bird, young adult, scare master, relative obscurity. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised we ended at relative obscurity, given that we ended up in the schoolhouse. Like, that's very surprising. You would think that the entire town would know about me, given that all the kids interact with Mushroom Girl on a daily basis. It's kind of surprising. All right, we didn't use our nope card. We still had 3 wealth and 4 food tokens from cooking. And yeah, not terrible stats. All right. Ooh, and then the witch hut. Okay, so it is time for a 3-minute break. So when we get back, we're going to explore the witch hut and see what growing our precious little daughters is going to be like. All right. But that will be in 3 minutes, so please get up, get a drink, use the restroom, do whatever you need to do, and I will see you again very soon. Welcome back. We're both early. Ah! What? You were the one who was early. You don't get slapped me for that. Alright, witch hut. Growing a daughter is so rewarding, isn't it? You get love, obviously, and get to see her grow. But perhaps most importantly, you also get spores. It could be said that spores keep the circle of life flowing. They are gifted after a daughter is fully formed and spent to help ensure the success of future daughters. But I'm sure you'll find plenty of things to use your hard-earned winnings on. More impressive lives generate more substantial spore counts, so do try your best as a parent. For her, and for you. You'll find my hut has many amenities. You may spend your spores at the summoning circle, or you may improve your base conditions at the garden. I will explain further when next we speak, but for you, I have one more thing. The air here is already thick with spores. I suspect you have raised more daughters than it would appear at first. I have gathered some of the excess for you to keep. It only seems fair. Oh, is that because I played the demo? Is that why? Nice. I appreciate that. Summon. Cabinets. Garden. This font is actually really hard to read. Cabinet? Notes, achievements, events, backgrounds. Items and curios. Items? Growables. Spores. We should have damp spores in here. Yep, drippy spores. These will grow a drippy bud. I can select it. Total garden items found. I have 2. Wait, what's the other one? Items. Oh, cute. It looks like a little paper crane. Cute, cute. Mushy apple. Apples are a favorite food of teachers, you've been told. This one seems to be a favorite of worms. Cute. So I guess it's probably per ending you get one. That's fun. Okay, and growables. Okay, we don't have anything yet. Curios? We have none yet. Okay. Notes. Recluse scribbles. Interesting. 1,000 origami cranes. Oh gosh, I hope not. And achievements. Oh. A proud parent. Raised a mushroom. Oh, very good. Unlock all 0-star daughters. Okay, so she was a 1-star daughter. 2, 3. Raise a cordyceps. I think I actually did that previously. I think. She was kind of hard to get. I'm very sad the scroll wheel isn't working in here. Do the arrow keys? Kind of. Have a daughter fail to live on in life. Have 10 daughters fail to live on in some way. A 20? You've seen all the beauty nature's flora has to offer, at least nearby. Okay, and then the stones. So that must be for each color. You've unlocked all special colors. 10 of the lost suite in the orchestration. Okay, we haven't got any of those yet. There's no road left untraveled because you've unlocked every ending. Okay, we only have 1 of those right now. So I'm going to warn you guys, I am going to play the heck out of this one offline. For whom the bell tolls. Tragedy of the Kid. Excellent. Tragedy of the Revenger. The Waif. The Violet Lady. The Starlit Lady, Scarlet Lady. Oh wow, there's a lot of these. Okay, I don't want to look too much at those. Not too much, not yet. Summon? Summoning circle is a little project of mine, you could say. I filled it with treats of all kinds, gardening supplies, colors you've never imagined, even a piece of music or two. Really, there's too much to mention. Why don't you just give it a try? Your first taste is free. Oh no, it's gotcha. Oh no, it's gotcha. I use my spores on gotcha. No. I remember them talking about it now. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Doesn't that crispness on the air make you feel like part of the world? Embrace that feeling and tend to this patch of earth to your preference. When raising a daughter, the time passes so quick, you'll find this garden to be a bit more evergreen. Spores will spread over time, growing stronger, evolving. Be sure to check in often. You'll find the rest of this world reflects what is here in this plot of land. Different plants may yield unexpected results in your everyday life. Just be sure to deal with any weeds that may crop up, or the girl may suffer unduly. You already have some basic supplies to get started. Spores filled with potential, gardening equipment. That should help with the debris at least. It's a random thing you just found. Mushroom is a kanji, but it's not used. What do you mean not used? So I have a stone and a stump. Your next starter will stats like base. Okay. So I can kinda raise her into what I'm looking for. Okay, so start a new game was just like immediately start a new daughter. Oh. Okay. I destroyed the rock. That's fine. I wasn't sure what it would do. Oh, I have my mushy apple. I'll put it in the middle. Okay, the trace a little wormy. Yes, I want to try that one. And tome. You have given your daughter a tome. Someday she will know how to read it. Ooh, very good. Huh. Wormy. Is it going to completely use it up if I do that? Drippy spores just makes her a little damper. Your daughter will likely be creepy. Okay. I think I'm gonna not do this yet. They seem to be consumables. Alright. Free this time, we summon. Number 7. From the Aether appears number 7. A note. I think the recluse wrote this. Aww, that's cute. Cute little daughter. 200 spores. From the Aether appears a sea high. Your vision blurs. You can see a new color that you could not before. Okay, so these are the special ones. Another 200. Rock and gnome. A piece of sheet music. Wonder what it sounds like. I guess it's already playing. Okay, it's cute. I guess summon again? Question marks. Conditions have changed. A new poisonous mushroom can now be grown. Ooh. Okay. I don't know what that properly does. What's this? Gradients. Strange dots fill your vision. Feels as though things have a new texture. Oh, okay. No, no, thank you. No, thank you. I would... Yeah, just keep black. Black is good. I like black. Reset to default. I'm not a huge fan of these screen tones. Back to game. Do I want to spend all my spores? Is it only for the gacha? Kind of seems like it might be. Can I buy anything? Can I like buy another shovel? No. Ah well. Okay, I'm not gonna do anything with the garden this time. Okay. New game! Once upon a time, there was a humble recluse. Though they had no need for society, they did often find themselves home to a loneliness that they could never quite shake. Actually, wait, I need to see something. Load. What was our latest one? I like this one. I guess we didn't really save. Okay. We're just gonna play monster. You decide to channel your natural creepiness into a bit of fun. Pretending to be a big bad monster, you roar and chase after the children while they run around laughing and screaming. A parent spots you. To them, it appears as if a monster is attacking their children. They shout at you to get away, grabbing a nearby pitchfork. You know they won't believe you're friendly once a mob forms, so you turn and flee. At least the kids have some fun before you get chased away. Okay, and we are going to school. So we're just gonna kind of click through this. So what am I gonna learn? Should I bring anything? I really just want to see like what happens if you go through the same character twice. With just slightly different options. Well, okay, no. We're gonna start. We're gonna start by doing the exact same thing again. So, tell scary stories. It all goes very well. Coming back in. Oh, I did not read that. Okay, 2 apples. Then gave Melody an apple. How many would she have left? 1 apple. She goes on to explain all the sordid details of plussing, minusing, and even multiplying. After what feels like an eternity, the teacher ends the lesson. I think it's lunchtime, okay? We did this before. Alright, large canid. We're gonna go do the same thing and scare it off. Okay, so it was the same thing. And now colors. And then this one's green again. Plussing, minusing, and multiplying turned into quite the divisive class. Apparently it did. Alright, testing day. First question, how do you spell your name? We're gonna be good again. Oh, here, I'm gonna save again right here. And we're actually gonna get these raw. Well, Okay, no, we're gonna be good this time. What was the question? 5 and 12, okay. Okay. Just click through. At the very... Do we do the exact same ending and just see if we get points for it again? Yeah. Oh. Repeat ending bonus. Okay, so you can just farm points by reloading a save at the very end. So you don't get all the same bonuses, but it does kind of count it as a new character. So let's just double check. If we go to the witch's hut, summon. Yep. Okay, so we did get spores from that. Okay. So if I ever just really want to farm spores, I could just reload games over and over and over. It's not as fun though, so we're not gonna do that. So start! Once upon a time, there's a humble recluse. Though they had no need for society, they did often find themselves home to a loneliness they could never quite shake. In the morning, the sun would rise, at night it would set. The recluse would observe this splendor, knowing that the sight would be made all the more beautiful by having someone to share it with. It wasn't that they desired a relationship. Perhaps it was a flame that had burned them one too many times, or perhaps they were simply disinterested. No, a child, that is what they wanted. Someone to take care of, to teach. Unfortunately, it was a longing that could not be found, not in these woods alone. However, we are never quite as alone as we think, are we? The witch appeared. The lumber that the recluses spent the morning gathering slipped through their hands as they spotted her, the witch of the woods. She began to speak. You desire a child, yes? For some, those are quite easy to come by, but not for you. Okay. We're just gonna click through all of this, because yes, we're gonna do 3 chores. Your child will come into this world with little to her name. Let's even the scales. Bring me an heirloom, something she will forever value. The recluse thought on it briefly, searching through their home for the object they had pictured. Yes! Finally, the cast iron skillet! Finally! An old bottle of medicine that is sat unopened, a glimmering music box. I've been waiting for this one. Cast iron skillet. We are gonna have the most homely and precious little girl. Passed down from generation to generation, the skillet seasoning had never once let an ancestor down. It wouldn't let their daughter down either. It will serve her for her entire life, and with luck, she will live on to pass it to someone else too. Bringing their prize back to the witch, she simply gave a smile. How perfect. After their brief detour to meet with the witch, the recluse resumed their normal day-to-day schedule. The second day, the recluse slept more soundly that night than they had in ages. Having a purpose again soothed them, even if they had found themselves caught up with the witch. They elected not to think about that though. Instead, when the morning came, they simply did what they had to do, which is to say, they got up and went to meet with the witch. Upon watching the recluse's approach, a sardonic smile lit the witch's face. You completed your first task admirably. 2 more and I can finally give you what you want. She paused for only a moment before delivering her next message of import. It is important for a young person to be well grounded in this world, I hear. Bring me a jar of soil to help with this process. Keep in mind that not all dirt is the same, though. Consider the source carefully. Soil? That did sound somewhat magical, the recluse supposed. Left with this vague prompt, they considered their options. A quiet graveyard, a particularly lumpy patch in the witch's front yard, or the most picturesque section of forest you have ever set eyes upon. We're gonna make her pretty and like as much cooking as I can do. It is important for youth to be well grounded, plus 10 electric resist. Exactly. Alright, we're gonna do the most picturesque section of forest I've ever set eyes upon. There's a place they had passed through on occasion, decorated with green leaves and fragrant blossoming flowers. A place of beauty that left one in such awe was the only choice. Only the best for their daughter. Arriving back at their meeting place, the recluse was excited to share their selection with the witch. So that's what you picked, eh? Very well, it shall do. Feeling the need to scrub their skin, the recluse retired to their hut to cleanse themselves. The third day. With 2 assignments complete, the recluse could feel their excitement grow. If this witch was being honest, and for some reason they felt that she was, then that meant that this could be the last night they spent without a child. They hoped so, at least. That was all they could do. Barely remembering to get dressed, the recluse dashed to the meeting spot. Again, the witch had been there waiting for them. Welcome back, recluse. Are you prepared? Today is your big day, is it not? The last task is an easy one, or at least I believe so. Bring me something colorful, something bright, that you think will suit her. When they were first told of the 3 tasks, the recluse had imagined things that were much more difficult. It seemed so easy as to be a trick, which they supposed could only meant that they should take it seriously, as if a mistake could mean death. With death in mind, the recluse needed to decide where to search for color. This is definitely flower field, for sure. If someone wanted color, where else was there to even consider? The recluse decided to make their way to a particularly idyllic field of flowers. The field was filled with an overwhelming amount of choice. Before long, the recluse narrowed the options down to a few. Milkweed, the bright orange herald of the butterflies. Milkweed is white. Milkweed is not orange. Bleeding hearts, sanguine and symbolic drops. A pumpkin. Cardinal flowers, a prideful red bloom. Or black pansies, a Stygian omen. I want something pretty for my girl. Could do milkweed. Could do the pumpkin. So we have orange, orange, red, red, or black. I do feel like for our cooking girl, the pumpkin does fit very well. So I'm thinking probably pumpkin. It is not a flower, the recluse figured, but perhaps that's okay. Their daughter would be unique, like a single gourd sitting proudly in a field of daisies, just like the pumpkin in their hands was before they took it. Recluse returned to the witch's hut, colored item in hand. She silently took the object, nodding her head to the recluse in recognition. The recluse sat there for a moment unsure, before finally the witch realized what they expected. Oh, I want your promised daughter, don't you? Her voice was almost mocking, but at least it was not overtly cruel. Overtly cruel. I suppose I must tell you that I lied. I do require several more trifling things from you. First is a matter of payment. There's an orange species of milkweed in the US South. Huh. I've only seen white milkweed, so I've never seen the orange kind. The recluse should have known that everything is for a cost. Alright, I'm probably just gonna pay now with wealth again. I don't want to burden my daughter, so we're just gonna pay her again. Oh, you seem purple. Ooh, sounds pretty. They offered their coin purse to the witch, and she took it wordlessly. After pocketing the whole pouch, she returned a single coin to the recluse's hand. This will be sufficient, the witch smiles. The payment settled, the witch simply smiled and handed the recluse a small pot. Humans are tricky, but mushrooms are much more resilient. Consider this an upgrade. Don't worry, she will eventually develop a mind. Simply give her time. As much as she needs. Soon your wish will be in full bloom. I suppose with all that settled, though, there's one last thing for you to consider. A young girl needs a proper name. Recluse thought on the witch's demand before offering the final thing they had to give. She will be pumpkin. or actually I did say I was gonna do Kinoko for my cooking girl, right? Okay. And she's kinda golden. Kind of. Pumpkin's not really golden, but it is close enough. And she walked away, only fate knowing if the two should ever meet again. Chapter 2, Cultivation. Though the recluse was unsure of the specifics, they did realize that it was important to heed her instructions. Care for the pot and the dirt and everything that lay within, so the recluse geared up as any parent should and assessed the things they needed to raise a child. Finances. Nutrients for the child to help it grow strong. They would need plenty, as it would be depleted on a daily basis. And finally, the recluse's own stamina could not be ignored. One cannot burn the candle from both ends. Thus began the longest growing season of the recluse's life. Look at Precious! The day has gone away from you already. Sun's gentle descent is being swallowed behind the forest reach. You weren't able to finish everything you've set out for today, but you only have time for one more chore. Okay. And again, we don't have money, so we're just gonna do a favor for the village leader. Alright, today's no different. You herd some cats for the leader, and in exchange they pay you. A novel. Your tasks behind you. You and your daughter return home, each do a nice bath and a simple dinner. I'd be worried about bathing my mushroom daughter yet. A flock of hungry birds have been harassing both your crops and your daughter recently. In fact, they've become quite the nuisance. Okay. Oh, interesting. I can't feed the birds with my daughter this time. Okay, well, we're definitely not going to do poison. So we're gonna fetch the bow and hunt the birds. She's gonna get bird meat tonight. Retrieve your bow and are lucky to leave with not one, but 2 birds from the flock. They shouldn't show up again for a while. You and your daughter may rest. Nothing more could be done to the birds. The matter was laid to rest. Huh? Something's happening! Mushroom creature. Oh, look at her! So cute. We're definitely gonna get a different kind. You awaken one morning to the sound of something moving about your home. Your daughter has grown a pair of sturdy legs. The creature walks about easily, using her new strength to push around and rummage through your belongings. Her demeanor seems cute and helpful, often following you as you go about your daily tasks. Encourage her cooperation. I think we're going to do that. Spend time nurturing her environment, or motivate her to do something safer. No. Cooperation! She's going to be a very helpful little daughter. Your daughter's development is going better than expected, and you want to promote her helpful nature. You take extra time on your chores, explaining the steps and giving her the opportunity to try new things. She doesn't actually help much, and you aren't sure if she actually understands you, but she clearly enjoys the experience. The decision being made, life continued. One evening, you hear a light knocking at your door. Quite a rare occurrence. Peeking through the window, you witness none other than the Witch of the Woods standing on the doorstep of your humble hut. Could she be here for a visit or to settle a debt? Always introduce. Unless I'm just actively being a bad parent. Introduce. Perhaps it was time for your daughter to meet the witch. She could maybe even learn a thing or two. The two of you answer the door and invite the gloomy woman inside for a dry and awkward small talk. Something about the way the two absently stare at each other. You wonder if they've made some sort of connection today. The decision being made, life continued. You awaken only to discover that your daughter is covered in tiny parasitic creatures. For the sake of her health, you should probably find a way to get rid of the little pests. give the child a thorough rinse, buy some fine herbal pesticides, encourage her to embrace the change. She's all organic, leave them be. I really want a parasite daughter, so I'm gonna keep it. I want to keep it. I'm gonna use this slot. Well, we can use the next page. That's fine. She's all organic, leave them be. Or I think I'm going to encourage her to embrace the change. Yeah. Or the all organic. My daughter's all organic, guys. I mean, either way, I should get the parasite, the infested. So, all organic, leave them be. You've never seen a creature like this before. You feel compelled to let things take their natural course. Their existence seems to make your daughter uncomfortable, and they have a noticeable effect on her composition. The decision being made, life continued. Something's happening! Game trait, child? Oh, she's so cute! One morning you notice that your daughter is nowhere to be seen. After some searching, you find a massive clump of mushrooms resembling your daughter's protruding in a small clearing. Brushing away some of the freshly turned soil around, you can see the top of your daughter's head, having seemingly undergone a transformation. She twitches in response to your probing, and shifts until the earth again covers her head. Wait for her? Buy her a nice gift to celebrate, or dig her out. No, we're just gonna wait. I want to do as many of these ones as I can. Your daughter seems intent on being underground, so you won't disturb her. After waiting for an hour, you decide to let her be and go about your daily tasks, occasionally returning to check on her. Later in the day, you return to find her sitting in the clearing. The creature had now taken the form of a young girl. Decision being made, life continued. I need to get food for her soon. One evening, you discover many footprints outside your home, 3-toed and webbed. Some strange creatures have been poking around. You have heard the rivers of these woods are home to nefarious turtle-like creatures that capture human children, only to bring them home and drown them. Your child isn't a human, but you feel the leer of envious eyes from the tree line. They know a precious daughter when they see one. By the looks of the tracks, these ones are quite young. Perhaps you can do something to frighten them away from your home. Hunt one of them. Purchase a magic ward. Keep your daughter inside in the evenings. Deal with the issue decisively. Or stand guard until they stop. We don't have the stamina for that. Given that we actually have a good bit of money, I think we're gonna go for the magic ward this time. There are always market stalls to be found catering to the cautious and superstitious folk who want to deter evil creatures. You head into town to procure some charms, irregular pearl beads strung throughout warded strings, and quickly go about hanging them around the tree line. The ward seems to work perfectly, as the footprints and beady-eyed glares cease. Your daughter is safe for now. The decision being made, life continued. One day you awake slightly earlier than usual. In your somewhat somnambulant state, you hear an ethereal croon originating from your garden. When you go out, you spot it. A small fairy clad in pumpkin is sitting amongst your crops. Catch the fairy to sell. Hunt the fairy to use as food for your daughter. I do need food. Offer a coin to the fairy to gain their favor. Build a small fairy garden in your daughter's room using supplies. I will definitely have to go get food after this. Offer a coin or build a fairy garden? Hopefully I can go get her food tomorrow. I'm a little worried about my stamina. I want to make her a little fairy garden. I hope she can be friend to fairies. Without delay, you quickly gather your supplies. Greenery, some common foods. I'll throw in a drop of blood. They love that sort of thing. After consulting with some books to ensure that it's an appropriate space, you lure the fairy in with treats. Though they seem unsure at first, the fairy eventually accepts your offer of a home. You feel a sense of relief. The girl has been asking you for pets. Finally, you have something for her. Gain trait Fairy Familiar. Ooh. The decision being made, life continued. Now I can get her food, yes? It had been many strange weeks since the witch had gifted you an enchanted pot of dirt. It felt like much longer. I'd perhaps underestimated the amount of effort it would take to rear a child. The long days and nights of toiling for her every need had left you drained, and that constant aching tiredness made it difficult to be present for the girl. You suspected you weren't the role model a growing child needed. You sat down your mug of ale, readying yourself for another night of restless sleep. Maybe in the morning things would be easier. I hope she doesn't die tonight. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, we're good. And a new beginning. You had suspected for a long time that your time with the recluse was coming to an end. They raised you, you suppose, but it often felt like you were trapped, like you were kept locked away, unwanted, and forgotten. But you're older now. You have the ability to fend for yourself. There's no reason to stay where you aren't wanted. Your preparations have been underway for a while, and you've made a little place for yourself to live in the woods. Tomorrow is the day to act on your plan. And while the path ahead of you seems a little frightening, things can only get better from here. Maybe in the morning, you'll finally be able to see for yourself. Distant parent, oh no! Oh, she's so cute! Look, she has little bug familiars and a little fairy. It's perfect. It's so cute. Common pumpkin chicken of the woods. She's adorable. I love her. Despite your initial uncertainty, you find that you have adapted to your camp life very quickly. Oh no, she's only living at a camp. Oh no! Your first days living outside of your parents' home are occasionally daunting, but also filled with possibility. What would you like to do? Okay, so we are woody. We possess a woody toughness and are particularly durable for a mushroom, so we are very robust. That's good. Animal friend. You have an endearing animal-like appearance. Ah, cute! We are not very damp. We could definitely use some more mycelium. Increased by the right nutrients or by things that nourish the soil is probably because she didn't have very much food when we ended. This stat is allocated with how generally healthy she is, or associated with how generally healthy she is. And yet it could also be a persistent optimism. So that's pretty low. I would like to get that higher. Humanity increased by thorough socialization or by doing the right thing. This stat is how good of a person she is, literally and metaphorically. Potency increased by titillating meal or by titillating danger. This stat is tied to the strength of her mushroom type or her ability to perform in stressful situations. And dampness increased by a good soak or by a melancholic moment. This stat indicates how wet and slimy her body is, but also a murkiness of the soul. So we're basically gonna have a opposite. Alright, we can see what's gonna happen this time. Okay, Soma, we have 2 Soma cards. Your body is made of a useful resource, but you must be mindful to not give too much of yourself away. On use, it gives you a little snack for later at least. And we have 2 wealth, so we have a little bit of money, and we have a single note card. So we are infested and a young adult, and we have a fairy, but I don't see the fairy on the list anywhere. Ah! It's perfect. I am now pumpkin. Okay, there we go. Pet's very familiar. You have a small magical friend that has a tendency to follow you. So, Mystic Bond. We have some rapport with our creator, the Witch of the Woods, and a distant parent. Your parent was not as kind to you as you deserved. Now they are alone, and you are free. Well, we tried. Alright. Home, woods, expedition, town, countryside. I want to try an expedition this time. Oh, we can't visit the recluse anymore. Oh no. So rest for a day. Spend a day appreciating nature to increase potency. Revisit a strange location. Well, let's do expeditions. Or this doesn't immediately. Nope, we don't have anything. Okay, do something else. Expedition. The mountains bordering the northern reaches of the forest call to you. You see them every day on your adventures, and there is an overwhelming desire to climb them that simply can't be ignored. Readying yourself in the early hours of the morning, you glance over the materials you have on hand. Pack light? Pack heavy? Don't pack. In fact, just don't go. We're gonna pack heavy. All the robustness. You stuff your pack with anything you can think of, save the kitchen sink. Despite its bulging compartments, your pack does not burden you. With your pack all set, you make your way out to the mountain. After a couple hours of climbing, you feel like you've made some decent progress, though you're starting to get a bit tired. Just as you think it's time for a break, you come across a beautiful mountain spring, complete with its own waterfall. Take a relaxing shower. Train your endurance. We don't need dampness. All endurance. You've often heard that waterfalls are powerful. You could use some of that yourself. Oh no, we failed! After a quick look around to ensure you're alone, you make your way to the waterfall. You know one thing for sure. It's wet. It is also powerful, you suppose. The raging waters around you are rough on your body and mind. You go grab your pack and realize that your arms feel like wet noodles. Okay, well, our robustness did go up a little bit. My ceiling went down, though. You're forced to drag yourself home. Mountains are overrated anyway. Gossiped outside again last night. You brought back fleas again. $2 down the drain again. Ugh, my condolences. One day, you find yourself considering the thought of dinner. Primarily, that you don't feel like preparing it. While you don't need food, as the humans call it, you find that it's a comfort you particularly enjoy indulging in at times. Those times are primarily in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. You have been told humans enjoy their meals in this structure as well. This lack of will, yet interest in flavor, compels you to think. You remember that in the village there is an establishment you have yet to visit, a restaurant run by one of the locals. A meal without having to cook? What a brilliant idea. If you were going to ask a stranger for food, you figure you should try to play to human social norms. Perhaps it would be wise for you to blend in more than today. You decide to don a head wrap and dark-tinted glasses to conceal some of your abnormal appendages and make your way quickly to town. We're gonna look like we have a huge hairdo. Thankfully, you are familiar with the area it is located in. This knowledge helps get you there with the utmost haste. When you arrive, you cautiously enter the front door of the establishment. Within, you see a woman nervously pacing. On your entrance, she jumps. Oh! She gasps and quickly straightens herself up. She gives you a thorough look over, as if trying to deduce something about you. I need a drink. A throat. Her eyes go from your glasses to your head wrap. Finally, it's as if she has a realization. How discreet. I understand. Please come this way, madame. Discreet? What a strange thing to be complimented on. But she seems polite enough, so you do as she says. She guides you to a quaint table in the corner of the dining room. The tabletop is decorated with a fine silk tablecloth, as well as a small selection of lit candles. You go to pull the chair out from the table, but the woman stops you. Ah, allow me. She pulls the chair out and pushes you back in. Is this what a restaurant is? A servant and a meal? She begins to tell you about the current offerings of the establishment, detailing the main virtues of the chef's hardtack and pork stew. Not sure if that's really what I would like to eat, but... And don't worry about the price, ma'am. For you, it is on the house. Oh, she definitely thinks of royalty. Everything does sound good. For free? And yet so many options. Pork stew with a side of hardtack, I'd rather not. Chanterelle and fiddlehead fern risotto. Aerated squirrel liver pate with a rustic acorn soil. I am very curious about all of these. Alright, do you guys want the aerated squirrel liver pate with a rustic acorn soil? I don't know what an acorn soil would be. I'm a little concerned. Or chanterelle and fiddlehead fern risotto. What do you think? Honestly, this one definitely sounds the best. For sure. Yeah, that actually just sounds really good. Like, that actually just sounds really tasty. The squirrel liver? You guys want to try the squirrel liver? Air? Soil? That sounds like nutrients to you. While you originally came here seeking a good old-fashioned human meal, the concept of fine dirt prepared by a chef is compelling. You tell the waitress that you will have the air and dirt. After a passing moment of confusion, she simply lets out an emphatic and departs to take your order to the kitchen. With the waitress gone, a certain silence fills the room. You are there, alone, at the table. Admittedly, this is a situation you aren't used to. Do humans spend much of their time in such a manner? Sitting in a room in someone else's residence, unsure of what they are allowed to do? In any case, the time somehow passes quickly. You can just barely make out the faint sound of cookery in the background, pots clanging, and wet squelches. The excitement does have an effect on your appetites, and when you finally spot the server coming with the tray in her hand, you can almost hear your non-existent stomach gurgling. Here you are, ma'am. She sets the tray down, the aroma slowly reaching you. She reaches out, placing an incredibly small white dish in front of you. Despite an evocative name, the smell is actually not as strong as you had expected. Honestly, you can barely identify the items on the plate. An airy blob of brown with a sprinkling of, brown. Regardless, you take the dish and turn it upward, letting the contents fall into your mouth. Delicious. After a sufficient enough time to finish your meal, the server reappears, accompanied by a rotund man wearing a chef's smock. The server quietly takes her empty dish as the chef approaches. I wanted to come out and personally thank you for coming by tonight. He speaks. I know you could be at any other establishment in the village right now, but I'm honored that you chose mine. You suppose what he's saying is true, though a little odd to say. Nevertheless, you appreciate his kind words? I apologize if this is too direct, but, could I ask, did we pass muster? Did you enjoy your meal? You contemplate his question and think about the meal you just ingested. It was truly different from anything you've ever had before. It was incredible. Could be better. No, it was incredible. With honesty, you're able to tell the man that it was one of the best meals you've ever eaten. He squeals with joy, quickly covering his mouth. Oh, thank you. This would be so good for business. Please come again anytime. He forcibly shakes your hand and leaves in a giddy rush. Indeed, Cat's enjoying the fantasy of being a Michelin star critic. Finally, with the whole ordeal done, you stand to leave. You were told that the meal was free, and everyone seems to be gone, so you suppose that's your cue. As you walk out the entryway, your shoulder accidentally collides with something. You look over, seeing a strange, hunched woman. She is wearing a pair of dark glasses and a wrap around her head. In her hand, she holds a scrap of parchment paper with writings on it, as if she's some manner of writer. You express a rushed apology and leave the restaurant at once. For some reason, you suspect that perhaps you were able to reap the rewards of a mistaken identity today. And you sure had fun doing it. Wonderful. Incredible. Amazing. Wait, I have a kitchen now? I thought I just had to camp. Okay, well, we're gonna save over that, and I want to see... Was the chanterelle and fiddlehead fern risotto like? I need to know. Oh my! Chanterelle! Prepared by someone none other than you or the recluse? Not to mention the familiar comfort of the fiddlehead. You simply have to try it. Excellent. Excellent choice, madame. The waitress tells you, quickly making her way back to the kitchen to deliver your order. With the waitress gone, a certain silence filled the room. Okay. Here you are, madame. She sets the tray down, the aroma slowly reaching you. She reaches out, placing an oblong white plate in front of you, as an almost pungent aroma, one that takes you a second to adjust to, but underneath that, there is a subtle earthiness. The dish seems to be some kind of strange starchy substance. Admittedly, you had ordered without fully understanding what a risotto was, and I want rice now. What the heck? I wasn't expecting the metal pipes. Okay. And yet, the gloopiness goes perfectly with the fiddlehead and the mushroom. Delicious. As elegantly as you can, you shovel the rest of the risotto into your mouth over the next few minutes. After a sufficient enough time to finish your meal, the server reappears, accompanied by a rotund man wearing a chef's smock. The server quietly takes your empty dish. Okay. Did we pass muster? Very different from anything I've ever had, and incredible again. Okay, I think that's going to be the same. Yep. And now, one last. Oh, we have to try the pork stew with a side of hardtack. I mean, that is exactly what they were saying was incredible, right? Pork stew sounds hearty. I could fill you up and leave you ready to do the day's work. You told the waitress you'd like to try it. She nods happily, then departs to the kitchen. Okay. She reaches out, placing a steaming bowl in front of you. It has a rich, spiced smell that leaves your face tingling. Within the broth you spy large, succulent chunks of pork, as well as a selection of what you can only assume to be vegetables. The hardtack is fresh, almost crisp, yet pliant. The hardtack is pliant? This ain't hardtack then. As soon as the waitress is far enough away, you eagerly use the piece to sop some stew into your mouth. Delicious. As cleanly as you can, you slurp the rest of your stew into your mouth over the next few minutes. After a sufficiently long time, and now what happens if we say, could be better? So if I had to judge a restaurant, you try to find the thing you'd like most, their specialty, or what you think is the hardest to make. Whatever sounds the most interesting. So that would either be the specialty or just whatever sounds interesting. Like, I've never heard of this. What is it? Why is it on the menu? Let's try it. Either that, or I would just ask for the recommendation and go with that. That is what I would do. I think if I'm really trying to like get a feel for the place, I would probably go for the ask for a recommendation and just go with that, because I figure that's should be whatever they think is the best dish. So could be better. That said, was it better than your standard meal? Substrate and the like? I'm not sure you would go that far. You try to let the man down gently, but he seems to react with horror when you tell him that you would have preferred to eat a plate of dirt. The man, clearly trying to hold back tears, chokes out a quick, "I see," before disappearing into the kitchen. Oh well, maybe he'll cook better next time? Finally, with the whole ordeal done, you stand to leave. Alright, collides. We see the lady again. Parchment paper. Okay, mistaken identity. Okay. And we are going to reload this one. And before we move on, it is time for a 3-minute break, so please get up, get a drink, use the restroom, do whatever you need to do, and I will see you all again very soon in 3 minutes. drinking a sip of tea. Tea. I'm glad I actually warmed up. At the end of the last break, I had added some kind of cold water to the mug. But then I also turned my mug warmer up to high. Yeah, delay seems pretty bad today. Alright. So keep in mind that our home is just a little camp. You were awoken in the middle of the night by a loud crash from your kitchen. You scramble to investigate and finally catch the source of the racket. A man hunched over in pain in the middle of your cooking nook. He spots you and seems to panic, waving his hands around. Wait, it's not what it looks like. Well, it's exactly what it looks like, but I injured myself, so I'm no longer pursuing that plan. Why don't you bless a poor fool and choose to excuse my rudeness? You know what? This time we will, just because it's something different. Excuse his rudeness. With a sigh, you help the man to a more comfortable seating situation. It appears that he may have injured his leg somehow in a fall. After a short while, he seems more comfortable moving around. Thank you kindly for the help, ma'am. He seems appreciative and shockingly charismatic. He gives you a sly grin and a wave before leaving you to your own business. You feel a crisp breeze. The heat is relenting. Trees are changing in color. Fall has arrived. The change in weather has invigorated you. What would you like to do today? Alright, I'm just gonna overwrite that. I'm thinking this might just be an expedition, girl. We're just gonna see what else we can find. While aimlessly wandering one day, you decide that the best use of your time would be to do some scouting. It's always useful to expand your mental map of the area. The country near your home is lush, with many diverse landscapes to be found. You decide to head to the north toward a particularly damp but dense forest that's home to a variety of useful plants. As a child, this is where you knew to get medicinal plants from, but there was danger there as well. You step into the forest, feeling a humid breeze on your fungal cheek. There's an omnipresent buzz of insects pervading the air. This section of forest feels much different than where you live, and you find that it's hard to feel at peace. Despite this, the flora and fauna is resplendent. You find yourself looking from plant to plant. Finally, you see something quite interesting. A beautiful large pink flower stands tall in the nearby clearing. The petals are twisted, forming a large sparking bud that is larger than your head. The single flower is the distinction of the plant, but you observe that its stalk is robust and strangely segmented. It feels a bit like a monolith. For a moment you simply stand and stare at it. Something about the strange plant leaves you with a feeling of awe. You suspect that you may be able to sell this flower in the market for quite a pretty penny, or perhaps keep its splendor for yourself. Pick it, or leave it and nope out of here. Well, obviously we have to pick the flower. In time, if left alone, the flower would eventually die here. When you think about it, there's really no harm in taking it from these woods. Without spending too long in thought, you walk up to the plant and grab the flower by the stem. But when you do, the flower opens its eye. This understandably gives you quite the shock. You leap back, seeing the flower unfold in front of your eyes. It takes you a moment of processing to understand, but finally you make the connection. This is not a plant at all. It is a beast. Its eyes large, still still haloed by the petals that had initially attracted you. To be frank, it's hard to entirely understand the shape of it in the commotion. You do understand that it has a hefty central mass, mossy green, and camouflaged in with stems and stalks. You also come to understand that this body itself is not a solid form, as it splits horizontally down the middle. Inside is an array of sharp and uneven white stones. But these stones are not stones, they are teeth. In another second, you understand these too. Teeth. Before it could make itself even more known to you, you figured it was time to do something. Try to fight or flee? Fight, 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 fight! The creature has a certain home field advantage, so you decide it's best to give it something it won't expect. Your fist! Before things can escalate, you wind your fist back and let it loose directly into the creature's eyeball. Your strength shocks you, and your fist goes through the eye, as if you were punching a melon. This is quite surprising. You find yourself unable to do anything but stand there for a second, just trying to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, the creature seems to be withdrawing. I want that flower. I've done enough damage. No, I want the flower. You figure you've done this much, there's no point in leaving without your prize. Before the thing has a chance to slink away, you grab it right around its central stalk. Your hand is still slimy, covered in a jelly-like substance that came from punching the creature's eye, but nonetheless you hold tight. With the surgical attention to detail, you clamp your hand down right on its central stalk, right beneath the flower that houses the beast's damaged eye. With a quick, decisive motion, you pluck the flower away from the plant. It gives surprisingly easily, though you must admit you are slightly grossed out. There's no blood or gore, but you have the knowledge that this is an appendage of a living creature. It is a plant, just like you. You'll remember this. You leave with the flower before you can think about it much longer. Thankfully, you're able to style the petals over the smashed eye and make it look like it did before. Now you just have to forget that it used to be alive. To be fair, this is true of all flowers, is it not? Gain trait, eye flower. Let's go. Where is it? Ah, flower! You have destroyed a creature and gained a beautiful prize from it. And we have our trusty knife. Perfect. Alright, I'm gonna save over that. One day, without realizing it, you've stayed in the village much later than intended. The sun has fully set and darkness has enveloped all. Thankfully, you are fully capable of taking care of yourself. You know this settlement well, and the lack of sun does not change that. You decide to take a shortcut through an alley, but to your surprise, there are others there as well. Quite a few others, in fact. It quickly becomes apparent to you that most of the alley's denizens are going into a single door, one that, when open, allows you to hear faint sounds of revelry and triumph from within. When they go to leave, many have small trinkets and seem tired from a long night of cheering. Steal from one of these easy marks. Enter the door. Mind your own business. So many people. Infest them with friendship. Can I actually infest them? Like actual infest? Wait, I need to know. I need to know. Is this actually spreading our little bugs? Infest with friendship. Before you can think over much about the strange venue, you hear an inward chittering that quickly takes hold of your thoughts. Just look at them all, you can hear the collective writhe at you. They would so very much love some friends, yes? You agree, yes? Yes, you think you do. Friends for all. You are so sad, so tired of being feared. You don't want enemies. You want friends. The critters skitter from your body in a grotesque diaspora, acquainting themselves with the mass of people outside before pouring into the venue proper. For a while, you're not sure what's happening, but at length your friends return to you, and with them comes your clarity. It's actually quite nice. Unlike before, you can travel with your friends without the encumbering weight of all those eggs. You only hope the townsfolk are appreciative of your gift. Oh, I really need mycelium. Oh no. Our girl's sickly. The nearby town is having a big contest tomorrow. The local cooks are all getting together to show off their best dishes. It's open for anyone to compete or just watch. If we watch, can I eat? I think we should just watch this time. But I'm very pleased about what happened there. Gather some ingredients, including bits of yourself, and participate. Or just go and watch the competition. I don't know what would happen. I have like no mycelium left. We could enter again though, but we're just gonna go and watch. You try to go and watch the competition, but do not feel very welcome. Some of your odd habits and mannerisms shine through, and several people show discomfort. Before things even finish up, you'll have to head home just to get away from the feeling of being unwanted. Well, at least we got to eat a little bit, I think. A chilling breeze greets you one morning, heralding the approach of winter. With the end of the year approaching, you find yourself considering your aspirations. You want to accomplish something significant, you decide. Something you'll remember. Dangerous quest? Charming event at the gala? Or... nah, nothing. I wonder what would happen if we do nothing. If you get anything interesting. I think our girl could do a dangerous quest. She's got good potency and good robustness. Not good mycelium, but let's go for a dangerous quest. She already killed one thing. What's another, right? In your travels, you've been told of some particularly challenging quests, possible tests of your merits. Of the potential opportunities for glory you've heard, you decide to slay a terrible beast, or maybe not. Sure, we'll go and try slay a terrible beast. You've heard rumors of a monstrous animal terrorizing a nearby community. Perhaps you may win some renown if you step up to hunt the beast. Preparations will take some time, but you decide to take on the creature before the end of the year. Actually, I changed my mind. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. We go and watch again. Oh, okay. We got a good success this time. You occasionally get some odd looks, but you just smile, wave, and people welcome you openly. The winter is announced and the winner is announced and you spend some time tasting the entries and chatting with the townsfolk. No, I didn't get any mycelium that time. No! Oh no. Okay, well, it's fine. I'm gonna overwrite that one. I want to try and do nothing. I'm very curious what happens if I just say, nah, I'm not gonna pursue anything in particular. At the same time, we go to a charming evening at the gala and try to infest more friends. Ah! Hi, welcome back. Welcome back, Zhao. Hi, how you doing? How you doing today? Did not pursue anything. I really hope that my little fairy familiar will have something show up. You've had an exciting enough year already. There's no need to put more on your plates. You simply decide to look forward to peaceful days ahead. The chill in the air has invigorated you. What would you like to do? Thank you for streaming the game. Hope you're having a good time with it. Of course I am. I'm very happy. Very happy with the full release so far. Thanks for dropping in. I appreciate it. I especially like that you can like choose a little bit for this. This is very nice. I like it quite a bit. Our current girl, she is... I can't really look at her stuff right now, can I? Oh well, that's fine. You know what, let's just do another expedition. She is just our expedition girl. Although we could go town to see if our infestation did anything. Let's do expedition. Why not? Okay, here we go. So she's infested. She also has a little fairy friend. I got distant parent this time, but it's okay. And killed the eye flower. So we have a nice pretty flower. Yeah. Oh, and happy release day. I hope it gets mini sales. A thin coat of mist cools your face as you trace along the edge of the river near your home. You walk in the direction of a nearby mountain range. Before you have traveled very far, you realize you are at the foot of a mountain. Hiking it feels like more effort than you are willing to put in, but you find yourself drawn to wandering around the base. The mountain ascends quickly in this area, with mossy stone rising as high as you can see. The forest, as always, is full of life. A bird sings its lonely song from the top of a fir tree. A trail of ants dance at your feet, and a badger makes brief eye contact with you as it passes through some hanging moss into the side of the mountain. After pretty much a full 3 years, it's surreal to be finished. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure people will find more bugs for you guys. Especially for a 3-month game jam project. Wow. Yeah. That's crazy. Is right. I have been away in this game since last year. I was very happy to see that released on a Friday. Very, very happy. Like this has actually been my most anticipated game this year. Not that I keep track of very main game releases, but I've been very much looking forward to this. When you approach to investigate, you realize that there's actually a door frame leading into the stone. Pushing through the long strands of moss that obscure the entrance, you realize that there is a large mined-out space within. About 375,000 words? Holy cow! Yeah, I know this game is big with 62 endings. But wow, that's a lot. Pushing through the long strands of moss that obscure the entrance, you realize that there's a large mined-out space within. Looking around the space, you notice several points of interest. Alongside stones and the other typical debris you'd expect of a cave are decrepit furniture items, rotted wood benches, stone tables, and many other pieces that are no longer identifiable can be spotted. Stepping into the room further, you notice a golden podium in front of a slightly raised round of stone. How curious! Without hesitation, you step onto the circle and more closely investigate the podium. Though the vast majority of the podium is brushed gold, or at least meant to look like it, you find that there is an oval of dark glass. You reach to place your hand on it, but when you do so, it begins to glow a soft blue. Uh-oh. Hopefully that means something good. A flash of light fills your vision, then the room around you is replaced. As your eyes adjust to the dim light of your surroundings, you realize that you are now in a long, narrow room, more like a hallway, really. Several old-style lanterns are fastened to the wall, lit with blue flame. This room is mostly featureless, with the exception of a tall mirror at the end of the hall. As you approach the mirror, you have a realization. It is, in fact, little more than a creature who looks exactly like you, standing in a doorway. Your smallest movements are reflected by it. An unsettling feeling fills the air. Simply enjoy your own company. You are the only you. Attack. Try to outmaneuver the doppelganger. I don't think I have enough dampness for that. So I think we're going to simply enjoy our own company. It's not often you get time just yourself. Well, you suppose you're often alone, but this is different. You wave at yourself, and yourself waves back. You smile, and see it reflected back at you. Watching yourself at a distance gives you a new perspective. Aspects of yourself that seem unseemly in mirrors are a little more palatable on this other you. After some time passes, you are surprised when the doppelganger makes an independent movement for the first time. It approaches you, and after a little hesitation, wraps its arms around you. You hold the embrace for as long as it brings you comfort, and finally you turn to leave. Wait, it actually let us go? Kinoko has less self-awareness than a chimp? What? No. As you did when you first entered the structure, you place your hand on the dark glass panel of the podium. Once more light flashes, and you are returned to the entrance of the cave. The dark pane of glass, however, has changed slightly. You notice a new light has appeared. And as you go to leave, you notice a strange piece of paper on the floor. Entry number 7. It is an unfortunate truth that food does not come for free. We all must eat, but our payday is yet to come. And who is left to pay for that food? Is it the company? No. If I want to benefit from the wealth of this mountain, then I am the one left with the burden of payments. For now, I will foot the bill. However, I have begun to craft a solution to this problem. A currency all our own. I've yet to iron out the specifics, but I believe this should keep things between them and I even. Oh, right, she can't read. Gakurio, Compendium of Journals. Perhaps there are others like it out there. You'll have to keep an eye out. What a strange place. Maybe someday you will return. For now, it's getting late. You decide it's best to get back home. Okay, so I think this might be one that we can return to with the whole return to a strange place. While on your way to gather firewood, you find that your world is suddenly turned upside down. Quite literally. Ah, it's him again! After a second of disorientation, you suss out that you somehow walked yourself right into a trap. Your foot is above you, caught in a thick rope loop. Call for help, hoping someone is nearby. Thankfully, that seems to be the case. When the figure gets close enough for you to see, you feel a sense of familiarity. It's the thief who attempted to rob you in the night. Why, hello there, he greets. You seem a little high-strung today. His joke falls flat on you. Nonetheless, he's quick to help cut you down. I am sorry for the inconvenience. I wasn't trying to catch you. I'll tell you what. To make up for it, plus the attempted robbery the other night, why don't I teach you a thing or two? Of course, my areas of knowledge are rather narrow. I've no need for your brand of trickery. I do like learning. You consider the rogue's offer and realize that you have no reason to decline. Your chore wasn't time sensitive, so you agreed to shadow the man for the rest of your day. The two of you get up to many hijinks, and you discover that though the man does have a penchant for thievery, he seems to try his best to avoid overt cruelty. You also discover many useful tricks along the way, even if most of them are not entirely lawful. Gain trait Thief's Apprentice. You return to your home that night, with the promise that you could tag along with him again any time you so desire. The more of an expert you are, the narrower you know. But the deeper you know. It might be narrower, but it is deeper. While taking a stroll down the center of town, you catch the eye of a curious group of children. One of them lifts a finger to point at you and shouts, "Look, a big mushy!" It's pretty rude, by all means. What do you want to do about this? Go over and see if they would like to play. How rude! Point and shout right back at them. I could do the robustness one again. I want her to make friends, though. So go over and see if they would like to play. Or as your grandpa put it less politely, "My surgeon and my proctologist are both masters at their domain. I would not have let the latter install my pacemaker." Okay, and why is this being brought up? Okay, go over and see if they would like to play. Since you aren't that busy, and you wish to learn more about human children anyway, you turn and face the group and ask if you can play with them. The kids let you join in, and you learn of several new exciting games, things like tag, hide and seek, and a particularly fascinating one named stick throw. A nearby parent approaches you, thank you for keeping the children occupied while they shot. Yay, got 5 mycelium! You head home a bit later, after saying bye to your new little friends. Gain trait, sorta reputable. Over time, you had found yourself practicing your lockpicking more and more. Eventually, the thief took notice. He complimented you on your improvement, and vocally wondered if you had ever considered a life of thievery. You vocally wondered back what it would mean if you had. Kinoko suffering from not enough mushroom. She really is. What a stupid conversation we're having, isn't it? Why don't we simply agree that you aren't bound to the laws of humankind anyway? Not you getting jump scared by Rock and Gnome? I unlocked it. So why doesn't it just show up? I mean, ha 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 ha. Get jump scared by your own game, nerd. Note, nerd is used affectionately here. Now, let's go rob some rich folks, shall we? You, of course, happily agreed. In time, you practiced your talents often enough that the gap between your skills and his grew even narrower. It's the freaking... Just the... Every time. I think it's gonna crack me up every time. Or just the random pipes. It was understood that he had his skills and you had yours. And it was also understood that the two of you worked best as a team. There was a long time where Rock and Gnome was not supposed to be in the demo, but, well, was. So now when you hear it, you panic. Oh no! But this is the full release, not the demo anymore. Hey, Coffee, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day so far. You were glad that you were able to find happiness, even if it was in an unconventional way. Ending, the thief's partner in crime. What a cute little thief. Alright, first things first, let's measure what her life was worth. We got the new pumpkin colors, those 50 spores. And then stat bonuses. Mycelium, dampness, humanity, robustness, potency. Wait, divide by 5? Wait, why is it divided by 5 this time? Was it divided by 5 last time? Oh well. Unused cards and tokens. Miscellaneous achievements of note. Aww, darn. Not even becoming our own friend. New ending bonus. The thief's partner in crime. 100 spores plus gold spores. Ooh, I'll have to try those. First grown bonus. Chicken of the woods. She's so cute. And those are plenty spores. In total, 370. Okay, okay, not terrible. Woody, animal friend. I am very sad that we didn't do anything with our little fairy familiar. I was really hoping that that would have a like something on the ending. But oh well. Yeah, that was a pretty good run, I think. Alright, let's go to the witch hut. The Gnome Depot!
Oh, you're here. Welcome to the Gnome Depot. We heard there was a big spore in the neighborhood, so we set up a shop as fast as we could. The witch would have you think that the best way to spend spores is on magical rituals, but that's just because they go right back to her. Us gnomes know the real use of spores, as the best meal this side of the crust layer. I hate to see any wasted on that unappreciative witch. We're real crafty, so I'm sure you can use some of our wares and services. Finally something that's not gacha. Wait. What was question mark? The question mark. Pet. Hardware. I love physical objects.
Yard work voucher. Paper pinwheel. Paper doll. Paper crane. Paper lantern. Paper sign. What do each of these do?
A shovel-shaped gnomish business card. Good for 1 yard work-related summoning. That will be 50 for that one, by the way. A cute pinwheel that spins in the breeze. It's made of paper, so it won't last long. That will be 100 for that one. A creepy doll always staring. It's made of paper, so it won't last long. That will be 100 for that. A handmade piece of art. It's made of paper, so it won't last long. Another 100, okay. Need 1,000 cranes. Do I though? A string of lights that grow dimly, made of paper. And an informative sign, helping any passerbys.
Hey, huh. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 500 and a shovel. I could do that. Then we can at least see what they do. So 1 pinwheel, 1 little creepy doll, 1 homemade piece of art, 1 paper lantern string, and a sign, and a shovel. Because I have a stump I need to get rid of. Sell? Oh, okay, so we can sell spores. Oh, let's look at Strippy. Only 10? Boo. Okay, at least I can get my money back. I can get my money back from the paper items. So that's good to know. This seems like kind of game you would love to play on the Steam Deck.
How did you know? How did you know that's exactly what I'm gonna do?
Like, when Owl takes his nap, his morning weekend nap, I'm just gonna have this, and I'm either gonna play Fields of Mystria, or I'm gonna play mushrooms. Play Mushroom Musume, and raise another precious mushroom daughter or 2 or 5. Because it's gonna go a lot faster when I'm not voicing everything. That's just how it is. Chat.
What can I do for you?
What's your name?
I'm sorry. Due to recent Fae-related issues, we've had to anonymize everything. You can just call me Gnomer. Gnomer, if you'd like.
What's the Gnome Depot motto? Your lead dev worked so hard to make the UI work for keyboard, mouse, and Steam Deck / controller. She's a Steam Deck herself. We also want to port to Switch for similar reasons, but lofty goals. Good luck! I wish you guys the best. I think this would be fantastic on a Switch. I think this would be a great to-go game. Owl sleeping and cat laughing and making noises while playing. Exactly! 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 How come all your wares... Or what was the motto?
We all know it by heart. When you're here, you're gnome.
Or wait, was it
Gnome is where the heart is.
what's up motto again? How come all your wares are so flimsy?
Since we had to set up so quickly, we ended up having to work with a human vendor. This is all she was willing to give us for free. Maybe she's, what's the word? Poor!
This poor human vendor. Also, he said for free. For free. They got all these for free, and yet they're still charging me money for it? Crazy. Crazy. Absolutely ridiculous. Eve. Okay. I don't have enough. Well, I could do a summon. I don't know if I really want to, though. Oh, notes. Okay, so that's what was here. So cute. Okay, we only have one note. Achievements. It's a little worrying that it really lags when going down there. Oh, also, I do just want to point out one bug, or I think it's a bug anyway. I can't use the scroll wheel in here. I can use arrow keys, but it's pretty clunky. But I can't use the scroll wheel. If you find great treasures, you sell to make profit. You don't give it away. Otherwise, you would end up just like before finding it. Are those even great treasures, though? I'm not convinced those are great treasures. Alright, events, backgrounds. Wait, events. Heirloom. Huh. Which events 4 of 4? Heirloom, chore, substrate, emotions. Okay. Growing events. Oh, okay. So these are just the different ones I found. That's nice. I'm glad these are all in a list now. Okay, and then daughter quests. Field of Flowers, Stony River, War Encounter, Thief in the Nights, Thief in the Woods helped, Thief in the Woods scorned. Makes sense that those are all together. I hope I don't get him a third time in a row. You've had an Android build since the beginning, but the more you added, the more tricky things became when porting to mobile. But yeah, playing this on the go is a nice relaxing venture. It was part of what influenced the OST. Huh? Interesting. Yeah, if you could get this ported over to mobile, that would be really good. I don't know how much people would be willing to pay for a mobile version. Just because I feel like in general, people just aren't as willing to pay for mobile games. But I could be completely wrong on that. I could be completely wrong on that one. Good luck. Good luck, though. Daughter quests, Field of Flower. Oh, I already looked at those. total event seen at 35 out of 119. I've already seen a good portion of them then. Alright. Garden! Alright. I don't think the stump does anything, so I'm gonna yoink. So I have gold spores, which would do... Oh, how I meant. Okay, so more mycelium. Your daughter will likely be bright. That might be useful. Does location matter? I don't think it does. Sadly, that is true. That is why in mobile they normally go for the tactic of free but with ads plus in-game purchases. Yep. Yep. It's unfortunate. Okay, and then plenty spores do robustness. Your daughter will possibly be culinary. Okay, that makes sense. Maybe just the gold spores this time. Quick question. Are the spores completely used up? Like, per run? I mean, maybe that's something I should just play and find out. Or like, if I leave these here, will they grow something? And they'll just kind of stay there until I dig it up. Because right now I'm kind of leaning towards just hoarding my spores until I have a route I really want to go down. I do feel like for the first few I probably shouldn't. Spores will plant after a run and grow into a thing that will last. Okay. Okay, cool. Alright, I don't think there's much harm in just leaving some nice mycelium right there. Unless I want to really have a girl fail. But that thing will usually be a mushroom. Mushrooms last a few runs depending. Okay. So it might not last terribly long. Okay. Okay. Oh, and absolutely 100% don't worry about overfilling the garden. It's more just that I don't have very many resources right now. And so I don't want to waste them. That's kind of what it is right now. Also, sorry guys, I think my voice is kind of getting shot. It's a lot of reading. Yeah, I'm sorry, low golden spores, but we're not going to use you today. You seem too special to use. But yeah, check out this game, guys. Do it. It's super cute. I will likely not be streaming too much of this one. Oh, I'm sorry, that redeem only works with the Dorito cat model. I'm sorry, Zao. Oh gosh darn it, I don't have a hotkey for that on my Stream Deck. So that only works with Dorito cat. There we go. Oh, full energy drink today. Delicious. All right. You know what? Let's see if anybody else is streaming this game today. Who knows? Maybe Maybe we'll find a new friend. I know at least one person started streaming before I did. So, no, nobody else is right now. That's so sad. That's so sad. That's tragic. Absolutely tragic. Did I eat? I had toast this morning. I had toast with peanut butter and jelly on it. It was real good. Let's see. Who should I rate today? Maybe. Let's see, wasn't Monster Brawl mentioned just the other day? I think it was. Alright, I have to wait for ads, unfortunately. Thanks for streaming. I hope you had a good time and you're able to play it in maximum cozy vibes later on. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm definitely looking forward to playing more of this. Maybe I made Dorito Cat a bit too sensitive, but it's just such a funny. Okay. Anyways. I'll just double check something really quick. Okay. So we are going to rate Ghastly today. They're playing Monster Prom with Tenchi Arc. There we go. Okay. And here are the 2 raid messages. So as always, the first one is for subscribers. Second one's for anybody else who would like to raid along with. And with that, I will be back on Tuesday, unless something crazy happens, but it shouldn't. It shouldn't. So I should be back on Tuesday. I don't know exactly what will be in store. I don't know. I don't know what it'll be yet. I'll decide that later. All right. But that is it for me today. I'm gonna go rest my voice and then probably play a whole bunch more of this game. Bye. You just want to see the googly eyes, didn't you? Yeah, you just wanted to see the googly eyes. I see. I see it. I see. I see. All right, well, I'm going away now. Bye.